Along to Meydan as we get closer to Christmas. We get ready for our fourth meeting of this new season, and this meeting sponsored by Nakheel. 9 races, and the first race on the evening is the feature race of the day. It is the Majani Stakes for the purebred Arabians, a race won last year by Unleashed, who's back for more, and a really interesting horse in the race, RB French Dude, who won the race 5 years ago and might be in some sort of form that says he is in shape to try and win it again. And that's one of, as I say, 9 races. Lots of interest in the card elsewhere. Billy Loughnane, who's been burning it up in the UK with 200 wins this calendar year. He rides for the first time at Meydan today for Charlie Appleby. He's got a number of good horses on show, including Devon Island, who runs later on the card on dirt. And I mentioned the dirt surface because tonight, for the very first time this season, we also have racing on the turf here at Meydan. So there's something for everyone to enjoy at this, our fourth meeting of the season. And as I'm surrounded by presents, I think now is just about the appropriate time to hand over to our very own Santa, Pat Comerford.
Racing returns to Meydan for meeting number 4. We welcome back the turf, but first a purebred Arabian Group 2 and features Unleashed, who looks to make as much of an early impact as he did last season for Jabba Batar. The son of Dabawi, Assad Zabil, also returns to the races tonight. Off the rating of 105, Musaber Al Mahiri steps him out, looking to spoil the party against the sprinters over 6. What a statement it was by the son of Practical Joe. Devon Island dominating last time out. He makes the next step forward towards features later in the season tonight. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight. As we said, a mixed program. We welcome back the turf to Meydan. We kick off with the Majani Stakes, a purebred Arabian Group 2 over the 1900 metres. We then head on to the turf over 1800, the first of 2 at that distance. This one a 75 to 95. 2 maidens on the dirt and turf over 6 and 7 respectively. The Nakheel 80 to 100. For the mile distance for the dirt runners there. Dubai Islands over the 1200 metres on dirt, 85 to 105. Lots of handicaps tonight. Then we head down the straight, 75 to 95 over 6 furlongs. The mile is the Como Residences, the penultimate race, a conditions event. And we finish off with an 1800 metre turf event, a 75 to 95 handicap, the Palm Jumeirah. Here is our non-runners for tonight. Race 7, number 16, Farley, will not be taking its place for Rashid Borsley.
Well, of course, we're about to get into our 4th meeting of the season here at Meydan, but all roads are leading to the 30th Dubai World Cup taking place at the end of March in 2026. Of course, the Dubai World Cup goes back to its original spot, having been in April last year, and tickets are now on sale for this year's Dubai World Cup. So if you have the opportunity to go to the website, DubaiRacingClub.com, and get your tickets in advance, be here on World Cup night. It is a great occasion, as you well know, Pat, having been experienced enough now to have enjoyed the atmosphere on World Cup night. Just tell people at home how much you love it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's amazing. Good to be with you as well, Rish. It's an amazing night. I mean, it's probably one of those. It's truly probably when it comes to inclusion from all jurisdictions in the world, it is the one meeting where everyone comes to. I mean, Saudi's starting to build up that appeal, but when it comes to the strength of both turf and dirt on the same night, it's truly one of the great nights of racing, and we put on show last year with obviously Romantic Warrior headlining the turf. He was beaten, but look, this weekend he's on track to win 4 Hong Kong Cups. So, that just goes to show the strength of the runners that do come here. And also, if one of the best horses in the world can't win, it just goes to show how competitive the racing is as well. So, yeah, definitely. 30th meeting at 30th Dubai World Cup. It's going to be a monumental meeting. So everyone should be making it their mission to get here for it in on the 28th of March.
So if you can't get your ticket, make sure and watch us. It's going to be a great spectacle at the end of March. Now we're going to get stuck into the racing today, and our very first race is a potential cracker. It is one of the features of the night. It is the Majani Stakes, sponsored by Nikhil. Purebred Arabia's on show. This Group 2 race headed by last year's winner Unleashed, but also in there, horse number 6, RB French Dude, who of course won this race 5 years ago, and he's back for more. And the field completed by Calise de Carrère and DR. Lots of good horses on show. I haven't mentioned a couple of other obvious ones, Pat, but let's start with Unleashed, winning the race 12 months ago. And I understand that he's obviously got a big chance today if he reproduces this, but he's got an awkward draw and it's his comeback run.
I'm against him, to be honest with you. I think he's a very fabulous horse. You know, it's just one of the many facets to the arsenal that Dr. Jabba Batar has with his Arabians here in the UAE. Look, I mean, Unleashed has been a fantastic horse. As we said, he came out and won this race last season. He did go on to win the following race as well. I just don't know whether or not he's made as much of an impact on the back end of the season as we would have liked to have seen. And you mentioned the wide draw. I think that's his biggest issue, because he is a horse that needs everything to go right for him to produce his best. He needs to be, up there in the mix. And if he misses away, he's not a horse that is able to overcome, adapt, and race. Potentially a little bit more neutral. He's got sort of one style of doing it, and if he gets that, he's very dominant. But it's very hard to be tipping a horse that needs everything to go its way when he's drawn the car park.
Okay, so what do you like?
I've gone with AA Lahab here. Interesting runner coming back. I mean, 2 years ago, this horse was on track for a Kahala Classic. Unfortunately, injury didn't allow that to happen. And to be honest, I don't think anyone thought AA Lahab was going to get back to the races. So it's a massive achievement by Anthony Gamble and Dennis O'Brien, the former trainer there at Alisail, to get this horse back to just racing and being back at 100%. His trial at Jebel Ali was sharp enough for a horse that is obviously taking it step by step to come back. But look, he may need the run tonight, but if he produces his best, which he potentially can, he blows this field away. So I'm with AA Lahab. I thought RX Burn, Tariq were probably the dangers. I saw it as a race in 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've sided with the 2 here.
Okay. I'm a sentimentalist, as you well know, so I'm hoping French Dude runs a big race.
Well, you'd love to see him back to do it. I mean, 5 years ago, this horse contested as a 4-year-old. He's come back here as a 9-year-old now to run the race. I mean, it's a credit to the stables who have had him, and obviously to their ability to keep him, as competitive as he's been. I mean, his return run and win was fantastic. He's feeling as good at 9 as he was 5 years ago when he probably contested this race. So, best of luck to them. I think it would be an amazing achievement if he's able to do it.
I think I'm the oldest member on our team, so he's the oldest horse in the race. So that,
in horse terms, I'm
very much.
You're a bit of a 9-year-old entire yourself.
Thank you for giving me the entire. Let's move on and talk about race 2, which is the Palm Beach Towers, and we move to the turf for the first time this season, over 1,800 metres, and the field headed by King of Time, Kalidasa. I guess one of the most intriguing horses, Emperor's Star, El Janob for the Michael Costa team, and further down we have the likes of Silver Sword for Dylan Cunha, Wessam, Deciduous Waniz, Sue Dream. Let's pick into some of the form if we can. Emperor's Star ran a really eye-catching race here just under a year ago. He was a little bit unlucky in the Godolphin Blue. With a cleaner run, he would have gone close.
These handicaps through the season were tough, because a lot of these horses, there was a lot of horses who should have won races, but just the big fields all cluttered up as one, and you'd think the big straight at Meydan would give everything its chance. But when you've got 16 horses and they're all all ready to go and win, unfortunately a lot of them didn't get the runs. And same can be said here for, as you said, for Emperor's Star, who was knocking on the door on multiple occasions to win and wasn't able to do so. So look, I mean, I wouldn't, despite the fact that he's had 3 runs here at Meydan, he's run 6th, 3rd and 9th. I don't think the I don't think the placings and the margins probably do his performances justice, and he's going to be plagued again here by a wide draw and also a big field. So it could be, you know, exactly the same situation for Emperor Star. That's the reason why I was slightly against him here in this race. I just think bad barriers have plagued horses in these events over the last couple of seasons. The data has said that. So I can't be stepping into anything with confidence here, just because that barrier scares me a little bit.
And who do you like?
I've gone with Silver Sword here. He was a winner of one of these races where eventually it was his turn to win, yes, and he came out and was able to go on and get that very impressive win there for Dylan Cunha. They've brought him back. How often do we see in recent seasons horses using the dirt as a potential launching pad to come back onto the turf? Now, they had no idea whether or not Silver Sword was going to handle the dirt. I think it was more of a tester, but also a nice little fitness booster for him heading into this. And yes, he's on the quick backup as a result, but I think the dirt runs can do some of these horses really good. He gets back onto a preferred surface. He draws a really nice spot in running to potentially find, I'd say potentially be sort of 3 pairs back, maybe in the running line. I don't think he'll find the fence in this field, but if he's sort of 3 back, 1 off, that's going to be closer than he's been in all of those runs last preparation, and I think he could come on from that run.
Okay, I think this will be about the 15th time I've tipped Deciduous in races. I actually missed his last win, but at least he won. He's had no luck talking about these races on the turf here. I'm hoping he gets a bit of luck, and I'm hoping that he might surprise 1 or 2 people today. Let's move on and talk about race 3 if we can, which is the Palm Central. We're back on the dirt here, 1,200 metres the distance, and this is for the maidens. Again, some horses that have shown a bit of form, but this is a good opportunity, you would think, for the likes of maybe Hidden Secret or Royal Correspondent, who've shown a little bit. We've got from Michael Costa's stable, Mashawish and Farraman as well. Royal Correspondent has shown a little bit of form, and the newcomer has actually got quite a nice pedigree. Tufan E Dubai, ex-Godolphin runner, and down at the bottom there we've got Wraithy, who's also shown a bit of speed so far for Salim bin Gadaya. We can have a look at Hidden Secret in action, Pat. There are a couple of horses in this race who've shown enough to suggest that this is indeed a good opportunity. Is Hidden Secret ready to take it though?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a nice race to come through because it was a fair grind, this race. I think a lot of them from a fitness perspective will come on from it. But look, I mean, this I think looks a bit of a tougher task. Unlike this race, where obviously you did have the likes of Grey Boss in the event, who's gone on and proven that last run certainly wasn't a fluke by, you know, going on and only just getting beaten there by Narato the next start. I think it's a good form line, but I do think that this race he runs into a few more horses in this race that are probably bound for better things than Meydan Company. So I am slightly against him here. I think he'll take plenty of fitness from it. I think we'll see an improved run. The draw is going to see him get into a nice position, but yeah, there's a couple here who I think will thrive in these conditions here tonight.
Okay. Let's have a look at one more visual clue for this race, and it's Royal Correspondent at Jebel Ali with a couple of opponents behind. Now, Royal Correspondent's finished second twice at Jebel Ali this season, has Farraman and Muzahim in behind. Awkward draw in 12 today, though, for Royal Correspondent. Yeah,
back on the home track, though. I think that's going to potentially aid his chances. I think that he's got to be given a fair bit of respect. I like the fact with Royal Correspondent, he puts himself into the race. That's a big factor that's going to, especially as we've seen in previous races here, you've got to be in amongst it and in it to win it early in the race here. Yeah. A lot of horses haven't been making ground in these early meetings. You've got to be up there in the mix. At least if you're not leading, you've got to be just behind them. And Royal Correspondent maps to find that spot. He has drawn wide. He may have to overuse himself in order to get there, but if he jumps cleanly and he can find himself outside the leader from 12, he's going to be very much up to his neck in it. And 2 nice prep runs here at Jebel Ali where he's gone down. He's going to be third up and fit here. He's going to be a lot more fit than a lot of these other horses here who are earlier on in their preps.
Okay, of course, he's got Antonio Fraser in the saddle. What is your selection here, though, Pat?
I've gone with Farraman, to be honest. Okay. The market has sort of overseas has very much gravitated towards him as well. look, I'll be honest with you. I had him marked around 4-1. He's shorter than that now, and I could not be taking the price that they've got available for him there. The reason I think it is, he was smashed on the international market into short price favourite on debut. His trials suggested that he was going to perform a lot better than he did. Visually, he was on the back foot the whole way through the race, and if you were going off his last start run and you saw the price that he is now, you would be just like, no, that's ridiculous. Yeah. But he is a horse that will appreciate a flatter surface. I think Meydan will, and the run under his belt now, Meydan's track being a flatter surface, and also a race where he can potentially find himself in behind the speed. They're not going to go as fast as they probably did their last time out the races. They went very, very quick there. The sectionals were quite slick. I see Farahman coming on better for the run and certainly improving on what we saw there on debut. So it's Farahman for me, but there's no way I could tell anyone to step into the price now. It's way shorter than he should be. I would be wanting even money top 3 insurance on this horse because you just don't know what he's going to deliver off what we've seen.
Okay, I'm going to give a chance to Wraithy, who ran well over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs at Jebel Ali, stepping back in trip, showed speed that day, got a good draw, can see him being involved. Race 4, we're back onto the turf for the Palm Jebel Ali, and this looks like a really good opportunity for Do or Do Not, having his first start for Jamie and Safi Osborne to get a first win under his belt. I'm going to let Pat pronounce the horse at the top so you can teach us about that. Has run in a trial.
Brinch.
Brinch, thank you.
Brinch. Got to get that T8. Yeah.
Right, okay, I'll go with that, thank you. I'll forget it later on in the day. And the field completed by Zumbizi, and she's good. Do or Do Not has some of the best form in the book, running on the card today. But the problem is that he's yet to win. This is his run in the Gimcrack Stakes. Good horses around him, and he was second to start in the Coventry at Royal Ascot. He was behind Zavatiri at Newmarket. He's got outstanding form, and if he's anywhere near this sort of level, he wins.
He does. And I see Mark Pilkington's out here tonight as well with Jamie Osborne. So the fact that Seymour Bloodstock have got representatives on the ground here, they're pretty obviously excited to see this horse step out. So it'll be very exciting to see how Do or Do Not. Better not call it Do or Don't.
French.
Do or Do Not goes here. 104 Raider coming up against horses that should be spotting this horse kilos and kilos of weight.
Yeah.
Back to a maiden. I mean, yeah, it should be winning. Nice draw, and yeah, it's just got better form in the book. Funnily enough, I looked at the overseas market for this race. I thought State Glory probably Brinched more than State Glory, but number 1 and number 6 were probably the two biggest dangers.
Have a look at Brinch in the trial.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, for sure. It was a good trial.
Yeah, you can tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse was given a fair blowout here as well. They didn't muck around, sent the horse straight to the front, and I think the manner in which he sort of finished off the trial as well was impressive enough. Now, take note, it's on the dirt, over 1,000 metres. Different story to a few of the other runners here who have obviously come through sort of a bit more turf racing, but closed off really, really well. This horse is 17-1 overseas. I thought he was potentially, if he's fit enough, and you can never have any doubt that Masaba El Mahiri's horses aren't going to be fit enough when they come to the races. They're never half a run short. They're always spot on, ready to go. That food smells incredible.
I'm just actually getting a whiff of that right now.
It just comes straight over the top of us.
What is that?
Unbelievable.
Super.
Smells like calories, to be honest.
Good calories.
Good calories, yes. I thought he was the biggest danger, and I think if he's forward enough here, he's probably the horse that could be jumping out of the ground here late, and market's completely missed him. I think Antonio Fresu jumping aboard State Glory as well. He's going to get a bit more of a chance here in this third start, and he's fit as well. So thought they were the dangers, but yeah, I think Do or Do Not's a class above these, and I don't think it's a matter of if he wins. I think it's by how far, to be honest.
I don't know what the smell equivalent of blinkers or headgear is for you, but that's what you need to keep concentrating on the
Yeah,
job
I know,
in hand.
it's so good.
But I forgive you. Race 5 is up next for us to have a look at. It's the Nakheel 1600 metres on the dirt. It's for 3-year-olds and upwards, and this is a competitive one. Let's have a look through some of the runners. Crown Estate, Janalat Bright. Galactic Star and Royal Favour seem to be the two horses that most people are paying attention to. Some familiar names like Street Mood in there. Down at the bottom, we'll have Spy Kingdom. An interesting horse back in action after a long layoff. Nugul, who created quite an impression when he won here just a year ago. And he's having only his second career start, but he's got a draw in 11. Magic Petition down at the bottom for Ahmad Bin Abash and Sam Hitchcock. Let's have a look at Galactic Star running here this season. And he bumped into, obviously, the high-class Heart of Honour.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty tough opponent to run into. I mean, the last time that they met before this start, Galactic Star had his measure and was able to go on and win. I think Heart of Honour has probably matured and become a bit more switched on and a bit more understanding of what the caper's all about since they faced each other the time before, and that was definitely the case there. You know, going on to win by over 7 lengths in the late stages of the race. Look, I sort of, the way I looked at this race, Rishi, I don't know whether or not that's going to knock the confidence of a horse like Galactic Star to be sort of put away like that. I mean, every horse is different. Some horses can go one way, some can go the other. But I think if he hasn't, he's got a great opportunity here from an inside gate to sort of command the race from the front. And he's a horse that's going to very much appreciate the mile here. I think he's a sort of genuine miler horse that's going to probably not want too much further than a mile, whereas he's coming up against a horse who's probably his biggest competitor in the race in Royal Favour, who is fresh off a gelding procedure. So interested to see how he handles that.
Well, we can have a look at Royal Favour when he won here back in March at the end of last season. He ends up winning very easily, and of course, you mentioned Heart of Honour. We talk about the form that this horse was third in the UAE 2000 Guineas, and he's got form with the best 3-year-olds from the UAE from last season.
And one could say that the gelding procedure is only going to aid his chances here in this race. You know, reports from the stable are that he's going quite well. He's got all favours from the inside draw. I mean, Galactic Star is going to probably beat him by putting some lengths on him by the corner and giving Royal Favour a too big of a task to sort of grind away and pick him off late, because I think Galactic Star on the map looks to be sort of 3 or 4 lengths in front of Royal Favour here at the corner, and it's just going to be whether or not Royal Favour's forward enough to reel him in and do that. He's looking for every bit of a mile and potentially beyond. You know, I mean, he's a 1900 metre horse, 2000 metre horse through and through. So if they run this very hard and Galactic Star uses his speed, Royal Favour is going to have that chance. And as you mentioned before, it's a horse like Nugul is a runner who's going to require that speed and pace in the race. And if he does get that with Galactic Star, we may see the best out of him as well. But Royal Favour for me, I think he's going to be on a really upwards trajectory here for Sultan Ali and Simon and Ed Chris for some bigger races than this. And they'd want to see him coming out here tonight and really stamping his authority.
I'm with you, and I'm with him as well. Royal Favour.
Good to see us
agree
on one.
Yeah, absolutely. We agreed that the food smells great.
Took to race 5, but anyway.
Let's see what happens in race 6 then. This is the Dubai Islands. It's worth 300,000 dirhams, 1,200 metres on the dirt in the field, headed by Asad Zabil. That's the top weight in this race. Interesting runners include the likes of Ma Yatal, hoping to bounce back to some of his early form. Down at the bottom of the card, we've got the likes of Deep Hope, who will hopefully improve on his comeback run. Dapper Valley having his first start for Bhupat Seema, having been in the UK. Let's have a look at Asad Zabil in action. He's got a good draw in 1. He's got very good form. At the back end of last season, he beats El Nasib. Now we're talking about, El Nasib was very impressive here just recently. But I guess the issue is the trip for Asad Zabil more than anything else, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, 7 is his ideal journey. I think he's coming up against a bunch of horses here that are genuine 1,200 metre horses. And I think the reason he was so tough here over this distance was because the day that he did beat El Nasib, they were over that 1,400 metre trip. El Nasib probably doesn't want it any further than 1,400. His run came to an end, and Asad Zabil was that horse that was able to just, really relish that 7 furlong trip. I think that's going to be the potential case here tonight. Assad Zabil, they're going to be looking to try and potentially slot in behind the speed. They're not going to be able to match motors with a few of these. And, Drew's Gold's drawn 12. You can expect him to go berserk up in front. Ma Yatel's a genuine 1,000-metre horse. Desperate Hero's got speed. And then there's a couple of these horses down the bottom as well, like Dapper Valley, who's a new one. I mean, what are they going to do with the 53 kilos? I don't think they're going to be sitting back and waiting around. They're going to be putting these horses into the race. And if the Algarud Sprint is anything to go off last week, they are going to be flying along at a pretty slick tempo here. So Assad Zabil is going to have to try and reel a few of these horses in. If they go too hard, he's the horse that's going to be camped in behind them, looking to close off late. But I'm siding with Ma Yatel in this race because he's a genuine 1,200-metre horse. His best would see him winning this quite convincingly. It's just whether or not the Ma Yatel that we are hoping to see return off this, I'd say, extended break. Obviously he had a few niggles towards the back of the season, and he was put away there in early March after that last run where it all didn't go to plan. But if he can jump on the bunny from 5 here and be pretty much, in the race, he's going to make it very hard for a horse like Assad Zabil to run him down because this is his trip.
Well, I'm sticking with Assad Zabil. What you said about Musab Al-Meheri having his horses ready to roll, I'm hoping they go a good pace and he'll come through. Let's move it on and talk about race 7. We're back on the turf, 1,200 metres, the Naya Residences, and the field headed by another Michael Costa runners tonight, Yotarid. Lots of good horses on show. There's a horse here that I've followed almost every start that he's had.
That's unlike you.
I'm very loyal. I'm
You're
so
a loyal man, I'll give you that.
Right here, right now, was very impressive. He's horse number 12 on this list when you see the page change. He's been on the go for a while, but he's been gelded. And I saw a little clip of him working here the other day. He looked lovely and relaxed, which was lovely to see. Let's have a look at Al Shibli here, beating Marca Cole. This was from back in March. I'm wondering how significant that bit of form that we're looking at now, Pat, is going to be.
I tipped him up that night, 18-1.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
Found that one.
You're winning the local competition.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Sure.
You got to give yourself a plug when you can. This was 1,000 metres though. That's his ideal trip. And if it was over 5, I'd be sort of saying, yep, cool, no worries. Give him a hope. But the fact is, it's not. It's over 1,200. It's going to be a rough starting point for him. I think Al Shibli had the fitness under the belt there from that going into that run. And although he did do that, again, he used the dirt as a platform, going with Tuz in that early stage of the race. He sort of dropped away, but then he was able to come out on the turf and use that fitness there. So I don't think he gets that tonight. So I've gone against him in this event. Look, I sided with Columnist. I don't know whether or not Al Jahani's going to have this horse fit enough yet. He's a horse that I think they'll be hoping to target some sprint features with later on. But look, he's got a good resume overseas from when he was with Richard Fahey. He has got a nice sprinting profile, and I think it's a very open race. You probably sort of just got to hit and hope here and hope you're on the right spot. But look, there's a number of ways you could go. I thought Vespasian was a nice chance if he puts his best foot forward. Yatarid's an interesting one coming onto the turf for the first time, but he's got to lug that 62 kilos. So, where do you look? Right there, right now is also, as you said, he's also another horse that comes here with a good sprinting profile.
They've been teaching him to learn how to settle. His main issue is that he's been way too keen. But actually, when the pace was really strong when he ran at Ayr 2 starts back, one of the competitive races it was the Bronze Cup, and he actually settled better there. And I'm hoping that here at Meydan there'll be a few to go forward, because quite often in the sprint races you do get a decent enough clip, and if you do, that will really help him. And like I say, I watched him doing a bit of work here recently, and he looks lovely and relaxed, which is what we want to see. So
the outside of the track has always been, well, it never used to be, but the last 2 seasons, the horses just don't win down the outside fence here now, or the near side rail, I should say. But, I expect a lot of these horses to be sort of coming down the middle or heading over to the far side rail because we've got a full field. But it does make it hard to, and those horses that are drawn to the near side, they do have that disadvantage. An interesting horse in this race is Made in Mexico. He's a former Australian galloper from Western Australia who has come here this season. Hussein Al-Marzuki, the trainer, has purchased this horse. I can only assume because he's got straight 5 form at Pinjarra, which is the only. I know in the UK there's so many tracks you can run down a straight, but there's only 2 in Australia. There's Flemington and there's Pinjarra Park over 1,000. So he's got a lot of form there at that track. So I can see why they've bought him, but Gate 16 is going to make it near on impossible for him to win here tonight. So, but it's not a form line we see all too often, horses coming over from Australia and being exported to the Middle East.
Oh, it's lovely for you to see and lovely for us to see as well, a horse coming from that part of the world. Let's talk about the penultimate race, which is the Como Residence, race 8, 1,600 metres on the dirt, and it's worth 210,000 dirhams. And included in this field, Devon Island and Brotherly Love, who won 2 on their most recent runs here. That was back in November. Will feel complete. Rashwan's an interesting runner, son of gun runner. And there's a Charlie Fellows runner, Tai Hang Pegasus down at the bottom. But Devon Island was really impressive, Pat. And I mentioned this at the time. It's great to see a Charlie Appleby runner succeeding on the dirt. It's been a while since we've got that. So hopefully the horse backs it up today.
Look, I mean, I think they were interested to see how these horses were going to step out. I don't think Ruler in Time. I think the horse, the other one, he didn't do too well. The one of the following meetings, even though he was last meeting, even though he was at a very short quote. It was just Devon Island's action, to be fair. And funnily enough, out of the 2 that they brought, he was the one that wasn't showing the most at home. The other one was. So, look, I mean, he's a horse that obviously relishes this track. He's been bred for it, and they've brought him over here for a purpose, and he's done exactly shown exactly that on his maiden win, that he's a horse that's going to progress through the grades quickly. 92 Raider comes into this, and the conditions see him carrying, similar weights once again. He's very well in here, the son of Practical Joke, and I would be shocked not to see him going and doing it again. Maybe Brotherly Love can close the margin in a little bit more. He's probably a horse that will come on for that run also, and that experience here at Meydan on the track is probably going to see him go better. But look, Devon Island's also due for improvement on what we saw there too. So if that's the case, then it's Devon Island all the way for me.
Okay, I'm agreeing with you on that as well. Final race of the card, sponsored by Nakheel, is the Palm Jumeirah. We move back to the turf for the final race. It is 1,800 metres in distance, and the field headed by Native American for Wathnan Racing and Hamid Al Jahani. There's good old Sean. We see him at the Carnival every year. We can't get rid of him. He's always here. And down at the bottom there on that list, number 7, Mothcombe, very interesting runner for Charlie Appleby and Billy Loughnane. And then down at the bottom, the likes of Darmis, Taffridge, Olympic Candle, Poster Paint, and Fiction Maker. Mothcombe is the one I think we should just concentrate on here if we can, because this is a horse who has the potential to be very, very good. And of course, he beats a horse here in the Royal colours called Warrant Holder, who's a subsequent winner. This was very smart form.
Look, I mean, I was going to very much lean on you here, because I mean, I know that he's a winner of a new market novice, and if you're going off potentially the strength of UK novice races, I mean, coming into a 75 to 95 here, a Division 2 of the race, I mean, he's certainly facing a far inferior field to what he faced here, and he was able to go on and win. So
the second horse, Warrant Holder, he got beaten on his next start, but he went to the all-weather for his next run and was in a pretty deep handicap. Small field, but a lot of good quality horses, and he parked them quite easily. So it was a really good run from Mothcombe to do that on his second start, having obviously been off the track for such a long time. So he's really exciting. If he takes to life here in the UAE, and which of Charlie Appleby's runners don't, then I think he could be a big player later on in the Carnival as well.
Very, very exciting horse for them. I mean, they have such a great knack of Godolphin, that is, of being able to find the right horses to fit the mould here. And very rarely, if they bring one out here and they say, we don't really know too much, but we'll see whether or not he handles it, they usually just do. So Mothcombe all the way for me here. I really couldn't make a case for anything to beat him in this event. There's a lot of horses here that are just sort of your straight up sort of mid-70s handicappers who have snuck into this race, and although they carry less weight, they don't have the upside that Mothcombe has. 1,800 metres, I don't think the wide draw is too much of a concern. We'll hopefully see him in this sort of field be ridden out neutral, just see where he finds himself, and if they can get him across into the running line, I think it'll be curtains with sort of 200 to go.
I love it. I want to hear that in your commentary. It's curtains for the rest.
It's curtains in the last.
Moth in the curtains. Pat, let's get a look at your picks for the night.
All right, beautiful. No worries. First race, AA Le Havre. It'd be amazing to see him come back and win. Race 2, Silver Sword. Hopefully he runs a nice race too. Faraman, I think, will appreciate a performance at Jebel Ali. He'll appreciate the flatter track. Do or Do Not should be winning race 4. Royal Favour off the gelding procedure. Pretty confident with him in race 5. Ma Yatel, columnist down the straight. And then the last 2, Devon Island and Mothcombe, both should be winning.
Well, I certainly agree with the last 2, Devon Island and Mothcombe. I also agree with Do or Do Not. I've gone a bit rogue on the odd occasion.
Again, that's unlike you.
Rogue and loyal. What a combination. French dude in the opener, that's a bit of sentiment, as it is with Deciduous. Wraithy, bit of speed, hopefully to last out over the 6. Do or Do Not, as we said, has a great chance. Royal Favour, I think, could be really useful for the Simon Ed Crispin team this season. Assad Zabil from stall 1, hopefully he's fit and raring to go. Right here, right now, I'm really excited by what he might do. As long as there's a strong pace, I think he might be one of my best selections of the night. And then obviously the 2 Charlie Appleby runners in race 8 and 9, Devon Island and Mothcombe. I think we're at least going to have 3 winners between us, and we'll have.
Well, we said
more.
that last.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Me and Tom Stanley said that last week. Dark Saffron got beat. Union Security got beat. So, I mean, on paper, you'd say Do or Do Not, Devon Island, Mothcombe, right?
Well,
but
you just don't know.
I would not be holding your breath the way that the results have been this season, to be fair. But look, that on paper looks 3 horses that are well in each of their races and should be running a very, very good race.
Pat, giving you a little reminder of what happened last week. Of course, this time next week, we'll be gearing up for our first really big meeting of the season as we close in on Christmas with Festive Friday.
Cover up, picking up really, really good. Bill Heil needs the line. Cover up late. Cover up, gets him. Wins the Erdajal Dubai Dash. Working through Sandonado when it's all too late. But on the outside, Native Approach. From last, Native Approach over the line. Mestri by 3 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Mile. Kareem the only threat, but it's Mestri's Al Maktoum Mile. Measured time extending away, half a dozen lengths here in the Al Rashidia. Very impressive. Welcome back to Dubai, measured time.
And here is the lineup for Festive Friday, starting with the Al Maktoum Challenge, round 1 for the Purebred Arabians, that Group 1 race over 1,600 metres on the dirt. Then to the turf for the Erdajal Dubai Dash, remembering one of the great sprinters in UAE history, Erdajal. That's 1,000 metres on the turf. Then we're back on the dirt for the Conditions Stakes, one of the races for the Tirols, along with the Shahama Stakes. Those 2 races over 1,200 metres and 1,400 metres respectively. The Business Bay Challenge Stakes, one of 3 listed races on the card over 1,400 metres on the turf. And then the first of 2 Group 2 races, the Al Maktoum Mile on the dirt over 1,600 metres, and then the Al Rashidia over 1,800 metres on the turf. The last of the listed races is the Entisar, 1,900 metres on the dirt, and we close off the card on Festive Friday with the Dubai Racing Club Classic Handicap over 2,410 metres on the turf. Pat, it is going to be fabulous, as it always is.
Certainly will. There's a lot of horses that we've seen already that are using Festive Friday as that sort of next stepping stone towards, towards Fashion Friday in late January. I mean, we're going to see Heart of Honour come back out in the Entisar, one step closer to that Al Maktoum Challenge. So, there are many great stories and many horses we're also going to spot for the first time as well as they begin their campaign. So it's just that building that piece of the puzzle for some of these big races. Really looking forward to it.
And if you don't really believe a word we've said about how good Festive Friday is going to be, here's a reminder of how good it was last year.
They're past halfway here at the 1,000 metres in the Al Maktoum Challenge for the purebred Arabians, and it is Hiyab El Zaman who's had it all to his own liking up in front here. Come back under Tygo Shea nicely here. Kif Star out wide, pressured. Tariq's been doing it deep, doing it hard deeper from Mubeed, who's already under pressure. Jafar, Canal de Foss starting to work into the race despite being wide. Next was Raja, who looks beaten from Salb and Indy's Day. It's Hiyab El Zaman's race to lose here. A length and a half in advance of Tariq. Then came Mubeed. Unleashed getting going now from Canal de Foss, who starts to pick up the pace here. Under a vigorous ride by Sandro Paiva, and best of the rest was Jafar. They straighten into the lane here in the Al Maktoum Challenge, and it is Hiyab El Zaman swallowed up by Mubeed on the outside, who presents with a big challenge. Mubeed ranges up on the outside to Hiyab El Zaman. Tariq trying to get into the margin here late, but Mubeed has got them beat here. Mubeed coming clear with 150 metres left to travel. It's up on the inside. Hiyab El Zaman trying to rally again, but Mubeed picks up another G1 here at Meydan for the season. Mubeed goes on to win by 3 lengths. Tariq second over. Hiyab El Zaman in a tighty there for third. And racing in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas. Luck for the French filly, a little slow. We'll head back to the end. It was the Spaniard in Octans who's going to go up and lead in the early stages, and they're going at a pretty sedate pace early. Reined in second position was Mountain Breeze to head in behind the leader. La Senora is going to creep up to sit up in second. It was 3 lengths back from the initial division to Rain du Ciel, 3/4 of a length to Could She Be Magic, and half a length now to Lakpa, who's a little keen, but is having to take its medicine at the back of the field here and sit last, where it's Octans at the 1,100 metres, who leads the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas field to the top turn. Into second, a length away, La Senora. Mountain Breeze getting the run of the race in behind and plenty of cover. A length and a half to Rain du Ciel, working alongside to the outside of Could She Be Magic, and Lakpa would be 7 or 8 lengths away from the leader, which is Octans, past the 750, out by a half a length now of La Senora, who gets a little closer. Now, this has provided Mountain Breeze a little bit of a concern here. Plenty of time to let the race unfold, but the gap isn't going to appear as quickly as it did last time. She's up in cluttered room from Could She Be Magic, Rain du Ciel, and Lakpa is last. Mountain Breeze now gets plenty of room to run, but it is the Spaniard she has to chase down in Octans, but doing so now, Mountain Breeze, coming up to the outside here, and the daughter of Lope de Vega goes past Octans, who is very game to stick on in the late stages. They've broken away from Lakpa, who's run on from last, but going from strength to strength is Mountain Breeze, a filly on the way up. Mountain Breeze way too good. Beats home Octans, who has won a really nice race in second. Lakpa third over. As they come down past the 700 metre mark, it's Sound Money who works through. Under Barcelona to take up the lead from the inside draw. New Kingdom shaken along, Oasis Boy the inside. Then came Castle Warden, Tio St. Denis is going backwards. Then came Fort Payne, Mendelssohn Bay, Rawi also dropping away. Cagliostro tries to improve but has got a fair bit of traffic in front of him. Local Dynasty, Meydan Dubai takes the short way home again. It's Sound Money leading them here into the straight in the Burj Nahar. Oasis Boy, the best turned out on the night, starting to present, showing a bit of the Oasis Boy of old. Fort Payne looking for another winner as well. It's Oasis Boy and Fort Payne, 2-horse race. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Oasis Boy. A good tussle in the final 16th of a mile, but it is going to be Fort Payne who strikes gold once again in the Meydan season. There's your win for Nicola Cooley. Goes on to beat Oasis Boy, who was very promising there. He's hit his straps again. Ready and away. They all broke to a clean start. Killian just hampered a little bit with Pontos coming right out of the stalls. He's going to go and lead them up here in the early part from Rasas, Desperate Hero, Killian into the first 5, along with Tawala. Then came Jackajaro from Dark Saffron, who leads up the far side division. Power Mode. They all work across to the centre here. Frosted Dawn on the back foot early into the back half dozen here, along with Bombay Bazaar, and they're going to split off now in the middle part. West Acre works through the middle of the pack from Rasas. Jackajaro now out to the end with King's Call top of bill. It's Pontos the one to chase here. A few of these now getting into their work. Dark Saffron, West Acre. West Acre still with 2.5 to pick up from Power Mode, who's running on just as well. It's Pontos all out up in front though, but still with enough at bay. Pontos from West Acre, who's getting there with every stride here in the Nat Al Sheba Trophy. It's going to be a tidy, but West Acre pulling out all the sticks late. A loyalist believe, but breathe a sigh of relief here. West Acre, the good thing of the night, gets home. Pontos has run out out of his skin. Inside the 1,000 they travel, a length and a half now in advance of Nation's Pride. Gallen sticks to the fence like glue. Holloway Boys found the 1-1 and he's in a nice spot here for Tudhope. Al Najim's in the cheap seats out wider, followed by Sean, who's now up to 6th position, followed by First Conquest, and then came Stormy Ocean, who's out to the end. They're about to swing in for home here and make the run for the judge in the Group 2 Singspiel Stakes, and it's Cairo who's the one to chase. Has a length of an advantage of half a length on Nation's Pride, who now presents up with a run. Gallen comes off looking for room. Holloway Boy starting to work through his gears out wider, given plenty of clear air here. First Conquest also working into the contest now, as well as First Conquest now starts to try and run down Nation's Pride and Holloway Boy. Nation's Pride, Holloway Boy trying with every stride, but Nation's Pride is going to hold him at bay. Nation's Pride in the Singspiel by a length and a tail. Holloway Boy second over. First Conquest recovered to run third. They work onto the back in the Group 2 Al Maktoum Classic, and it is Global Hit for Korea, out by a length and a half on Crown Estate in second. Third up on the outside was Guns and Glory, followed by Karib, who works up deeper. Imperial Emperor's caught out very deep on the course. Artorius next from First Constitution, tucked away. Then came Olza Khan, followed by Kabir Khan, who's wide with a tad little bit of cover for this moment. Then came King Gold from Desert Wisdom, Generous Tipper. Up on the inside, Majestic Pride. Then came El Yabri, and now reattaching to the rest of the field, Go Soldier Go. Global Hit's going to try and do it from barrier to box under Hoo-Sun Kim. The only ride for the night for the Korean jockey, and she's got it under a stranglehold. Imperial Emperor comes up to the outside to challenge, but has worked to get there. Karib next from Artorius, who boxes on out wider. Then came Guns and Glory. King Gold works on from the back. Kabir Khan's been out deeper. Majestic Pride tries to shoulder for a path clear. Imperial Emperor hits the lead here, goes a little bit inwards here. He cut off Global Hit for a run, who tries to rally again, but up to the inside now. Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths. Global Hit second over. A brave run to rally again. Artorius third, past halfway. Down the back they travel up to the top turn here, and in search of the 1,000-metre peg. Silver Knot leads them, and he injects a little bit more tempo now, Buick, as he extends away by a length and a half. Highway Robber asked to pick up the pace here under Oisin Murphy from Passion and Glory. Then came One Smooth Operator, who angles out into a bit more clear room. Al Mudhar's got a little cluttered up on the inside. He wants to go better and quicker than the field will allow him. Then came Arabian Crown, who's shuffled along, and C Hector is going to have to come past all of his other 6 rivals here. 550 left to go in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold, thanks to Emirates Airline, and it's Silver Knot who leads them into the straight here by 2.5 lengths. Passion and Glory asked to respond, but not picking up at the moment. One Smooth Operator, then came Al Mudhar, followed by Arabian Crown, but they look like they might be fighting it out for minor placings here. Silver Knot getting further in front, and at 100 metres left to go, he has the Dubai City of Gold parcelled up. Silver Knot goes on to win by 2 lengths. Passion and Glory second over. C Hector's run on into the placings. 1.2 million. They're going to fly here. Ready, and away we go. Eastern World was away fast. Drew's Gold, his race is over and done with now. He's drawn out a long last here. Tuz goes and burns up from R. Shibley. Eastern World will take third. Getting across to the 1-1 now with cover. American Stage. Found an okay spot from the draw. Then came next in running Maryatel from Colour Up. A gap to El Nasib. Cuts by 5, Torre Vega. Then came Morning, followed there by Drew's Gold with a lot to pick up. Major Cinnamon, the only one behind him. They are going rapid up in front here. And R. Shibley puts it to Tuz. They break away from American Stage, who's now starting to rally in behind. Then came Eastern World from Colour Up. Next was Maryatel. Morning, followed by Torre Vega. Cuts by 5, Drew's Gold, El Nasib, and Major Cinnamon. But it's a one-act affair at the moment. Tuz the one to chase. American Stage getting down to work here. He's going to make it a real challenge here. Tuz trying to fight off American Stage, who looks like he's run his race now. Tuz coming clear here in the Mahab Al Shamal, and the picket fence continues here in the Group 3. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tuz goes on to win by half a dozen. American Stage runs into second. Eastern World third. Colour Up fourth for the last on Emirates Super Saturday. Ready, and away we go. Nadawi broke cleanly, wide gate. Halassan works his way up into the first three. William Buick going to let the race unfold here on Ruling Court. He's in the back division now. In front of him, Glitterati from Sahan, Darmis and Warsox the fence. Ruling Court spots the leaders about 7 or 8 lengths early, running a nice race on the short price elect, followed by back in the field as they work down the back part of the course, O'Dye along with the Fingal Raven. So they make their way to the 1,000-metre marker here, and it is Nadawi who takes over the lead, leading from next in running Halassan from White Gate, and on the inside Warsox 4th. Glitterati 5th, 6th Sahan, 7th Ruling Court in a precarious position here from Darmis, the Fingal Raven, and O'Dye is out to the end. Nadawi has been able to back it off here. 11.37, 11.70, and the rest of the field following suit. Halassan second, White Gate now up to third from Warsox, who tries to improve through. Ruling Court bolting, he's now got his clear run. Glitterati forced outwards. Then came the Fingal Raven from Darmis, out to the end, Sahan along with O'Dye. Nadawi gives a kick up in front, leading the way by a length here. Now Ruling Court getting down to work here from Halassan. The Fingal Raven picking up late here, but he is living up to all the expectations here. Ruling Court coming clear, and that is a quartet to remember for His Highness on Emirates Super Saturday. Ruling Court wraps it up in style. 5 lengths on the line from the Fingal Raven, Warsox and Darmis 4th over.
Well, for a very long time, jockey Antonio Fresu was part of the scene here at Meydan, perennially one of the leading jockeys riding locally. But then a few years ago, he made the break to leave Dubai and spend most of his time in California, in America, where he proved hugely successful, riding a number of top-class winners. And then last week, he made the return back to Dubai. He rode a winner, El Nasib, much the joy of all the local fans here at Meydan. And since that success, he's been catching up with Laura Martin.
So brilliant to have you back, Antonio. Does it feel like coming home to a degree?
Yeah, I would say so. Dubai gave me a lot in the past, so you know, all my racing family is here, and it's always nice to be back.
And you casually roll into town and win the feature race on El Nasib. He's a nice horse. Did he give you a good feel?
Yeah, you know, he always show good things in the past, especially running fresh, and I was very confident that he would give me a good ride. You know, I always put a lot of trust in Musabba. I actually breezed the horse before the race, and I really liked him. And you know, the race went like we planned. There was a lot of pace, and you know, he settled nicely at the back, and he kicked, you know, nicely home. So he gave me a good feeling. It's going to be a nice horse this season for Musabba and Timo Esi.
And tell us about you, because 2 years now in the States full time?
Yeah, 2.5 years. Yeah, it's been nice.
Grade 1 winning jockey you were before you went, but you've since topped that up, and things are going pretty well.
Yeah, America has been very nice to me. You know, California, I had you know, good fun in the last couple of years. Tom Canus was my agent at that time, and he's been doing really good for me. And you know, I was receiving a lot of support from all different trainers over there. Yeah, now let's see what's the future is holding. I changed agent lately with Ron Anderson, which is a legendary agent in America. I think everybody knows him, so let's see what the future holds.
When you went over there, probably it was quite a brave move. Has it worked out better than you expected?
I would think so, yes, because you know, I went there, I wasn't expecting anything. You know, it was a new experience for me. I set like a timer in my mind. You know, I give like few months just to see if I adapt myself and if I like the place. You know. But you know, suddenly after a couple of months, I started like picking it up, and you know, I had a great Delmar, which is, you know, Delmar is a very important meeting in the States, and I almost won the title there. I finished second for a few winners. So after that, you know, it was early September, and I was like, maybe I should stay here. You know, it's hard to go back while you're doing that well. So I just you know, decided to stay there, and I mean, the hard work that I was putting into that move is paying off.
Yeah, it really is. What's been the highlight since you've moved there, do you think?
Well, I would say always like the Santa Rita Derby, you know, last year was a great race. It was a great battle with my idol Frankie. You know, it was nice to get that race there, and that race gave me the pass for the Kentucky Derby, which you know, we finished in the middle, but was an amazing experience. I can't even describe it, but you know. And a lot of other races. I got close to win the Breeders' Cup a couple of times. So you know, I think the whole journey was good.
So will we see you back here again this season, or is it too soon to know? You're here for 3 weeks now.
Yeah, the season was a little bit slow now in California, early December. So I took the chance to come here 3 weeks just to, you know, I miss home. I miss Meydan in Dubai, and you know, like I say, I try to take the chance, try to get some rides and see how it goes. Last weekend was pretty good here in Meydan. So now we have 2 more weeks, and let's see how it goes. But I'm always happy to be back here because I mean I love this place. This place gives me a lot in my career, and that's the main reason I met Doug O'Neill and I moved to California. So you know, everything started from here. So it's always nice to be back.
Well, Meydan Racecourse is pleased to welcome Billy Loughnane for the very first time to compete here. Billy, welcome to the racetrack. You have been to Dubai before, but it's your first time riding here at Meydan. I understand you've been out on the track. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful course, great atmosphere here, and very lucky to be here.
Now, tell us a bit about your season back in the UK. 200 winners in a season for the first time, brought up just recently. How important was it for you to achieve that milestone?
Yeah, it's a goal that's been sort of on my mind since halfway through the season, and I've had great support at home from a numerous amount of trainers, and very pleased.
And some of that support has come from the Godolphin team, Charlie Appleby in particular, and you're here to ride for him. Are we going to see more of that as the season? Obviously, William will be here as well as the season goes on, but will we see you more here competing throughout the Carnival?
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. It's a great place, and yeah, very privileged.
And tell us about your two rides tonight. You're on Emperor's Star. Now, I know you're very studious, looking through the form and looking through some of the past performances. This horse was unlucky here 2 starts back, and if he reproduced that and got a clean run, I think he must go close.
Yeah, I think so. As you say, he's got course form, which helps. He's pitched a little bit wide, which we've probably got to overcome, and first run sort of up this year, but I mean, he should have a great chance.
I hope you're right. He looks like a horse that might be open to a lot of improvement, but perhaps not as much improvement as your ride later on. You're riding Mothcombe, who's only had the 2 starts. He had a year off in between those 2 performances. What did you make of that win at Newmarket?
I thought it was a nice performance. He did everything right and was learning on the job. A little bit of a different task round here today to the straight course at Newmarket, but providing he can work it out, I think he should go well.
You mentioned about being on the track. It's an impressive facility. Looking at the turf course, how would you say it's riding? I mean, just a few weeks ago when we were here for racing in the early part of the season, it was brown and it hadn't quite caught fire just yet.
Yeah, it's a beautiful course. Looks like it's going to be lovely to ride, and can't wait now.
And a little bit about the future, Billy. Obviously, you've done everything that I think anybody your age would be really pleased with. But going into 2026 and some of the targets, I presume people will say to you, do you set your sights on the champion jockey title in the UK?
Yeah, I've had a great year last year, and we'll be trying to keep that up. Hopefully some more big successes as well, and definitely got the championship in sights.
Will you be riding in any other jurisdictions during the winter?
Hopefully. I'm open to going everywhere and anywhere, so fingers crossed.
Should probably put a number up here now, say call Billy if you need a ride, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Billy, thank you very much. Enjoy Meydan.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway here for the first race on the program. This one for the purebred Arabians at Group 2 level. Runners about to make their way in. We're welcoming back turf racing here at meeting number 4 of the season here from the mighty Meydan. Runners are now in the yard for the first. First horse we do have a look at is Unleashed. We welcome Unleashed back, the defending champion for this race. The son of a valiant boy for Dr. Jabba Batar and Richard Mullen to do the riding. Drawn a little precarious in 12 of 12, and he is a horse that does need to jump and jump well at that. But if he does jump on speed here and find himself in the first few, he looks very dangerous in this upcoming event. Our highest rated horse off the rating of 116. Number 2 is our next horse. That is AA Lahab. We welcome him back to the races here off a 21-month break. The 6-year-old gelding by Burning Sand had a nice trial at Jebel Ali leading into this performance here and return to the races. Sam Hitchcock does the riding for Anthony Gummel, and best of luck to Connections here, wishing AA Lahab a successful return. Number 3 is Tariq. He's another horse that certainly has got this race in his sights. The Raider off the rating of 114. The 5-year-old Entire by AF Al Bahar. For Yas Racing, Majid El Jahuri. Silvestre de Souza draws a good gate to find a nice spot in running. Maps well. AARX Byrne was second in the Barney Yass behind Mubid last time out. That was over the 1,400 metres. He'll be looking to hopefully step up into further distances here, up to 1,900 metres tonight. Has got a listed win over 2,000 metres at Elaine on the dirt. This will be his longest trip, though, at the Meydan surface. Number 5 is Vizier, the 5-year-old Entire by Monarch, Tygo Shea, Musaba El Maheri for the Ajmil stable. These colours are very, very famous and have had much success, especially over in Saudi Arabia. The 7-time winner comes here. He's been contesting in Group 1 company his last couple of starts. We saw him contest last time out in the Kahala Classic. He returns to the races here for the first time since then. This is a nice starting point for him. Number 6 is Vizier. He is the oldest horse here in the field. The now 9-year-old returns, a previous winner of the race from 5 years ago. Still racing strongly at 9. He was a first up winner over 1,800 metres at Elaine on the 28th of November. He has had a nice fitness run there and comes into his first race at Group Company this preparation. He'll be looking to hopefully go well here. Very keen and on the toes in the yard. Number 7 is Thea. He's had the one run in country, formerly in Qatar. He was a Group 3 company there on the 22nd of November, in behind Canale de Fost on the turf. He heads back onto the dirt. 2 starts ago, he was a dirt winner. That was in Qatar, and he'll be looking to find a bit of form here once again. 11 lengths off the winner last time out. This race a little more suitable. Nassif was in behind RB French Dude there in that conditions event at Elaine on the 28th of November. Bernardo Pinheiro stays on board for Salam El Marah. Draws well in 4, but would need to step up on what we've seen in his previous runs. But he is 4th up here and fit, so fitness should be no query here for him. Number 9 is Indies Day, the 7-year-old Entire by Burning Sand. Al Ajban Stables, Abdullah El Hamadi and Charlie Bennett does the riding. Had good success with the stable with Turquoise at Abu Dhabi last start. Gets another ride for the stable off the rating of 100. He has had 2 runs so far this campaign. Would need to improve on what we've seen. Number 10 is Yatwi for Sandro Paiva, Saif El Marah, who has got a wide draw to contest with here. The son of AF Dabatik. He's had 5 wins from 21 starts, but was a fair way off them last time out at Elaine on the dirt. Would need to improve. Down the track with him was 11 Calisty Carrere in that Elaine run. The 5-year-old Entire by Nishan is in this race here for Hamad El Marah, and Hamad El Basaidi will do the riding here. Will not be able to utilise his claim in this race. The one-time winner, probably a little outclassed here in this event, so a career best performance is required. Dia was a fantastic performance in Group 3 company last time out. That was on the turf, though. The question mark is the surface underneath her here tonight, having run 2 lengths off Canal de Fost. Some seriously good form, and comes in with 55 kilos off the rating of 108. But the dirt, a little question mark. Runners heading to the tunnel for race number 1 here of 9 tonight for meeting number 4. And we'll be underway very shortly for this first race. Post time, 5:30 p.m.
And we are delighted to have PHI Advertising as sponsors of the Best Turned Out Horse Award here tonight at Meydan. And in our opening race, the Majani Stakes, it has gone to horse number 2, AA Lahab, looking magnificent, the grey. And AA Lahab is looked after by Mutak Ahmed, and he is currently in the winner's enclosure now. Just over to my right, and here he is receiving his prize from Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. We thank them for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening, and we wish AA Lahab the best of luck in the opening race, the Majani Stakes. And the first horse we're looking at as the runners approach the start of the 1900 metres for the Majani Stakes is number 2, AA Lahab. We heard Pat talking about this horse earlier on when we previewed the race, and this horse looked a potential star. Obviously, it hasn't been easy to keep right, but reappears here. First competitive run since March 2024, has trialled, and we're hoping that this horse retains all that ability that we've seen so far in an unbeaten 3-race career. The Best Turned Out award, well done to Mutak Ahmed. He picked up his prize from PHI Advertising. Lahab, of course, having a very good chance on the best of that old form, but it's a question mark as to whether or not it's all still there after that long layoff. Horse number 1 is Unleashed, a winner of this race 12 months ago. And on that occasion, he was able to get to the front and was able to put in a dominating performance. On this occasion, he's drawn out in 12. This is his first start of the season. Last seen running on World Cup night in the Dubai Kahela Classic when he was down the field behind First Class. He had a few other rivals, including the likes of Tariq, ahead of him that day. It's a bit of a question mark first time up, being drawn in stall 12, going into the first bend, just what sort of energy this horse will have to use in the early part of the race. Of course, he's got the ability to win this, as he showed 12 months ago. But first time up and from a wide draw, a couple of question marks against this 6-year-old. Here's a pretty consistent horse who's always there or thereabouts. This is RX Burn. And being a 4-year-old as well, this horse is still open to a fair bit of improvement. I say consistent, you have a look through his career record, 10 starts, 2 wins, 5 times, finishing runner-up here. Put up a good run behind Meydan on his first start of the season. That was over 7 furlongs. I think the step up in trip won't be much of an issue. This horse has won over much further, and he is one for the shortlist. Awkward draw in 10, but he has got the assistance of Antonio Frezu. What a result it would be if horse number 6, RB French Dude, was to emerge successful. He won this race back in 2020. Quite an extraordinary run he's had in his career. He's the oldest horse in the race at the age of 9, and it was quite encouraging to see him come back and win at Al Ain last month. He beat Hiab Al Zaman. Obviously, as he's got older, it's a bit harder to keep your form. But in fairness to this horse, he has not only won this, he's also been placed in it as well in the past. So this is a track and distance that clearly suits his abilities. He's got a better draw than some of the other horses we've spoken about. He's in stall 5, and I think it will be quite an interesting contender. He's one for the shortlist. Whether or not 1 or 2 have got a little bit fresher legs than he has is probably plausible, but he's not a horse that you can rule out. Well, the loading up process is indeed underway for this opening race. Should also give a positive mention to Tariq, who's drawn in stall 2. This horse was 5th in the Dubai Kahela Classic. He's had a comeback run on the turf at Abu Dhabi. And don't forget, he was 2nd here on Super Saturday as well. He's a horse that must make your shortlist. Loading up well underway for our opening race, the Majani Stakes, sponsored by Nikhil. It's time to head up to join Pat for the call.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Runners are starting to slowly make their way forward here for the first race of the evening. Group 2 company. And great to see a couple of really classy purebred Arabians taking to the track here. None more so than the return of AA Lahab. Unleashed coming forward. Almost complete the line here and will be ready to go. And the runners are set for the first here. 4th meeting brought to you by Nikhil. Racing. Away they go. They all broke to a nice even line. AA Lahab's going to have to settle for a spot back in the field. Vizier was away fast. They've made a line of 6 here early. Working the way out was, next there was Tariq. Thaya was also forward. Unleashed is trying to work across. The rest of these are going to make him work. He's going to be 5 deep into this first bend here. They've all kicked up. AA Lahab's found a beautiful spot in the end here. 3 back on the inside from AARX Burn. Then came up on the outside there was AF
there for Yatwi as they work off in search of the 1400 metres. Narsif was next from Indies Day, Dia, and last of all there was Calisty Carrere. So onto the back they travel, and Tariq got the beautiful run there and has eventually found the lead here. Unleashed doing a fair bit of work to find the spot in second. He's a length away. Half a length back in third. Following the leader was Vizier. Up on the 1-1 was next there was RB French Dude, and Thaya's been flushed out 3 wide. Back on the inside, 3 back was AA Lahab. It was a length and a half there to Yatwi, who's scrubbed along already from AARX Burn. Next up on the inside, Narsif. It was a length and a half to Indies Day, to join there by Deer and Calisty Carrere. Tariq's made him starting to work up and increase the pressure here now, and Unleashed is now starting to be worked upon. Vizier trucks up well in behind. He's looking ominous. AA Lahab looking for a way clear. RB French Dude was next from AARX Burn and Narsif, and best of the rest was Calisty Carrere. Tariq slipped a bit more leather here and goes clear by a length and a half. Vizier is on the scene here though to challenge the outside. Unleashed next. AA Lahab is in behind. He's absolutely trotting. He just needs a run. It's Tariq the leader from Vizier. AA Lahab now out with a passage from Unleashed. Deeper out was AARX Burn. Vizier hits the lead from Tariq. AA Lahab looking for running room. Tariq the leader. Vizier on the outside, and Narsif pegging away the inside. Narsif comes up the running rail, took the shortest way home. Narsif coming up to challenge Vizier into the final 100 metres. Vizier fighting back. Vizier goes on to win. A neck on the line takes the Group 2. Narsif brave in second. Third over was AA Lahab. Then came Tariq fourth. Fifth was Unleashed from AARX Burn. Then came Calisty Carrere, followed by Dia, RB French Dude, Indies Day. The last one home was Yatwi, along with Thaya, who was caught deep the trip. Vizier, he looked beaten there. Narsif has given him a real challenge, but the class has come through. First up as well, he's going to come on plenty for that. And Vizier goes on to take race number 1 here. 5-year winner, Tygo Shea. Masaba El Maheri with another victory this season. 2:10.11 winner's time, and it was a 5 beating home the 8 there, Narsif, who has absolutely run out of his skin going off his first run. He has come on massively. AA Lahab, a great run for him. He was found wanting a little bit there late, but look, in all honesty, Sam Hitchcock gave him a beautiful ride. He was just trying to look after him. First up off a long break, you don't want to be barging horses out. Tariq into 4th. 5, 8, 2 and 3. 5, 8, 2 and 3. Vizier, your winner in the infamous colours of the Ajmil stable, and they pick up a winner here in the Dubai Carnival. Number 5.
What a game performance from Vizier to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. At this stage, it looked as if he was about to take control of the race, and he did. Lahab was just a little bit unlucky, waiting for a clear passage. All the while, down on the inside, here comes Nasir under a really determined ride from Bernardo Pinheiro. He gets in front, he gets at least a neck up on Vizier, but in fairness to Vizier, he really finds more for Tygo Shea in the closing stages and just worries Nasir out of it. A fine run from AA Lahab, first competitive race since March 2024, and this is a horse who no doubt will come forward for this significantly. But this winner, who had some useful form in Saudi, looked in trouble. Tariq rallied well for a stride or two in the home straight, but in fairness, in the end, it was a really game performance from the winner. It looked as if he was going to get passed by Nassif. He did get past, and it seemed as if Nassif was going to go forward and a Bernardo Pinheiro to win. But a great rallying effort from Vizier under a determined Tygo Shea gets him back up. But a few interesting runs in behind. Poor Unleashed had to do a lot of work in the early part of the race, and as a consequence was very tired in the closing stages. I think he's better than that, but he will come on for this, his first run. So he's one to look out for further on in the season. There's Lahab just having to wait for a clean run, couldn't quite get it, and just getting a bit tired as well, as Vizier just drifted off a true line. I don't think it made much difference to the ultimate result, and in fairness to Vizier, he's really dug in well to collar Nassif, who some people would have thought might have been getting the better of the argument with a furlong to go. But well done to Connections of Vizier. He is the winner of the 2025 Majani Stakes, sponsored by Nakheel.
And the unofficial numbers in the Majani Stakes, 5, 8, 2 and 3. 5, 8, 2 and 3. Vizier, your winner. 2:10.11 winner's time. A neck by 2 1/4. 5, 8, 2 and 3. Race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back our first winner on tonight's 9-race card, sponsored by Nikhil, and our first big race of the night, the Majani Stakes, sponsored by Nikhil, 5-year-old bay horse by Manark out of Shahrazad, owned by Ajmil Stable, trained by Musaba Almeri, and ridden brilliantly tonight by Tygo Shea. A round of applause for Vizier. Well, Tygo Shea has promised me that this is going to be a good interview, so I might just give you the mic, Ty, or I might just hold it for you. Well done. Let's let him pass first, shall we? What a super performance from Vizier. I thought you were in real trouble when Nasser flew past you.
He's a very good Arabian. Connections were quite confident, and no, it's nice to get on. There's lots of people around this season, even people close to me that I don't know, for one reason or another, they think I've forgotten how to ride an Arabian, but I hope that showed them there.
Who's been saying what?
Listen, you know, rumours in the cupboard should remain in the cupboard, but look, I don't have a lot of Arabians to ride this year. It's well documented, so look, listen, this is a very nice spare ride to pick up. Connections were happy. I got a lovely smooth run around, one off, one back. Got the split turning in. He went and put the race to bed, and possibly idled a bit. And Bernardo on the second horse came to me, and you know, he's got his second win. He's ran well to the line, but no, I'm happy because Arabians have played a huge part in my career here in the UAE, and as I said, for whatever reason, not getting many opportunities on them this season. So hopefully that'll just let everyone know that plenty of life left in Tygo Shea.
How much satisfaction have you got out of this particular victory?
Huge. When I first came to this wonderful city in 2001, the late great Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid Al Maktoum, met him for lunch as he brought me out here on a scholarship, and I had never ridden Arabian then. And I said, sir, can I have a bit of advice? Erwin Sharpie I started off with, and the late great Sheikh Hamdan said, Tyg, when you're riding Arabian, whether it's in a race or in the morning, you ask him, you don't tell him. It was golden advice, and I don't know, I've ridden 300 or 400 Arabian winners since then, and over 800 in the UAE, so it's been an amazing journey. But sure, hopefully that will silence a lot of the critics.
Poignant memories and a great message. Well done, Ty.
Correct weight is given in the first race. The Majani Stakes, sponsored by Nikhil, 5, 8, 2 and 3. 5, 8, 2 and 3. Vizier your winner, 210.11. Margins a neck by 2 1/4. Correct weight, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the first presentation of the evening. The first of 9 races on a race card sponsored by Nikhil, one of the pillar partners here at Meydan. And we welcome to the stage Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate, and he'll be making the presentation after the running of our opening race, the Majani Stakes, won in gutsy, determined fashion by the brilliant Vizier. And we welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning owners, Ajmil Stable, a round of applause for Salim Al-Utaibi. And it's time to welcome up to the stage as well a trainer who's having a fabulous time of things this season. Congratulations to Musaba Al-Mahiri. And what a fabulous ride to kick things off tonight here at Meydan, proving he knows how to ride these purebred Arabians. A round of applause for Tiger Shea. Our thanks once again to our sponsors, Nikhil, to Brett Stevenson from Dubai Holdings Real Estate, and congratulations to everyone after the running of the Majani Stakes concerned with the winner, Vizier. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the first of 4 editions tonight of Faces at the Races? Your chance to win 500 dirhams as our cameras roam the crowds, capturing the best smile. Now, all you have to do is indeed smile. We're seeing some pretty good editions of those right now. So, if our camera pauses on you and you are the lucky winner, you get 500 dirhams, and all you have to do then is find your way to pick up the prize. And our camera is beginning to focus in on someone we think with the best smile that we can find to begin with. Let's have a look. Could it be? Could it be? I think we've done it. That is it. There is our first winner. Congratulations, young lady. What a lovely smile you have. Well done. You have picked up 500 dirhams just for that lovely smile. And all you have to do now is make your way to your position to collect that prize. And we will find you, or you will find us, one or the other. And congratulations. And if you've missed out on this first prize, don't worry, because there are 3 more editions of Faces at the Races coming your way tonight here at Meydan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the parade for race number 2 here on the program. Nice big field to get through for the second event, with a field of 15 runners taking to the track. Let's head into the parade. First horse we have a look at is number 1, King of Time, the former Crisford runner, now in the care of Osama Rafai, now owned by Syed Hashish and Mrs. Hannah Rafai. Michael Sheehy will ride off the rating of 95. It'll carry 62 kilos, draws the ace. Number 2, Kalidasa, the 4-year-old gelding by Frankel for Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Bhupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea combine here. Tiger looking for an early double. Off the rating of 94 here for tonight's assignment. Last start was 9th, beaten 23 lengths by Cupid's Dream. That was on the dirt. Makes a switch over to turf, a suitable surface. 3 is Silent Defence, the 5-year-old Entire by National Defence for the Borsley Racing Syndicate. Rashid Borsley, Oscar Chavez to ride off 93. Carries a 61 kilos, draws a little out in gate number 9. He's now looking for his second win tonight here at career start 19. 4 is Green Triangle, the 3-year-old gelding by Glen Eagles for Simon and Ed Crisford. Edward J. Ware is the owner. Danny Tudhope to ride here off the rating of 94. Last seen at Nottingham over 2,000 metres in a 0 to 95. That was on the 15th of October. He's been freshened up for this first run at the Meydan track. 5 is Motodarek, one of 3 runners here for Shadwell here in this race. John Hyde trains, Antonio Fresu to do the riding. Off the rating of 92, draws well in 3. He's got a 50% strike rate for his lightly raced career here, this 4-year-old colt by Knight of Thunder. 3 wins from 6 starts. He's looking to continue on with that here. Back to a handicap here after contesting Listed Company his last 2 runs. Monada wears the black cap here, the son of Giants Causeway. Andy Slattery rides for Bhupat Seema. 4 wins from 16 starts. He's had the 1 run this campaign. Beaten 9 lengths at Abu Dhabi over 7 last start. 7 is Emperor's Star. He's first up for the campaign this season. Billy Lofnan, his first ride here at Meydan. Best of luck to him. Off the rating of 90. The 4-year-old gelding by See the Stars. Drawn a little wide in 11. Has been plagued by wide gates in recent starts. Last preparation as well. But knows the 1800 here at Meydan. Contested it last start. And if he gets the luck from a wide draw, should be in the finish. The son of Darbasam, which is Al Janob, the 6-year-old for Ray Dawson and Michael Costa, is the 8, draws in 5. Doesn't do a lot of winning, but does a lot of placing. He's had the 1 win and 9 minor placings in his 17-start career. He had a first-up run at Jebel Ali, ran 3rd there behind Fight Zone, beaten 2.7 lengths. Goes back from a 0 to 90 to a 75 to 95 and returns to the turf. On the quick backup is a Silver Sword, who contested over the mile on the dirt last week. George Wood over to ride for Dylan Cunha off the rating of 87. We'll see if that fitness run there on the dirt might have brought him on here. 2nd up for the season. 10 is Cosmic Desert. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combine for Hamdan Sultan Ali Al Sabusi. 6-year-old gelding by New Approach. Draws well in 4. Last start at Jebel Ali over this distance. 3rd behind Prince Ruse, beaten 3.5 lengths. Switches back to the turf. 11 is Eye on the Prize for Silvestre de Souza and Julio Olajuara for HHK Racing. Has had the 1 run this preparation as well. Behind Monfred on the turf at Abu Dhabi. Steps out in trip to the 1800.
Wassam is the next here for Syed bin Saror. Ardri de Vries to ride off the rating of 84, carries the 56.5. Drawn wide in 12, spots the white cap. Deciduous was back in the winner's circle at Jebel Ali, coming from last on its most recent outing, dropping back in trip to the 1800 and onto the turf, proven on both surfaces. $14 is the final of the 3 runners for Shadwell. This one for Doug Watson. Jamie Powell to ride off the rating of 82. Warnice drawn wide off 13. Will spot the red cap here for Connections. We wait on the final horse, and that'll be Sioux Dream. He'll be a late arrival to the parade.
Well, alongside me is Dylan Cunha, who, of course, has made a great impression wherever he's gone with runners internationally. But you've got Silver Sword, a horse that we know very well here at Meydan. How much will he have improved for that run on the dirt last time?
Look, he arrived here really fit off the back of a few all-weather runs. He conducted himself really well last week. I was very happy with that. He was sort of eye-catching running on late once the pace collapsed. Switched back to turf, not because he didn't handle the dirt, just because it's part of his program. He's got another turf run in January and then back to the dirt in February. So it's all been mapped out. He's had a good week. We've done hardly anything with him this week, so we're happy with him. But he's one of those horses where he has to put the effort in, and he doesn't always put 100% effort in. Yeah.
It's interesting, actually, you say that. We were talking to Tiger O'Shea after the first race, and he was saying someone always told him when he's riding purebred Arabians to ask them to do what you want, not tell them. What is it with Silver Sword?
Well, with Silver Sword, you never really know, to be honest. There's times where you think today's the day and he completely blows it. And then, like last time, I never expected to win and he won here. He's just, it's on his terms. Even in the yard in the morning, it's on his terms. Some days he gets to the track and just stops and the pony has to take him around, and then for the next 2 months he won't do it. You never know what you get with Silver Sword. Yeah.
Pat and I were talking before racing started today. He was saying in particular, there's quite a lot of emphasis put on horses going from dirt to turf, more than the other way around, and how much of a positive that is. But you seem to suggest that your horse is going to be fine on both surfaces.
Yeah, look, he's already a proven turf horse, and I was over the moon with his dirt run, so he'll be fine on both. And then the 2 we run later, they're switching to dirt, which with American pedigrees, so you can only hope. I'll be in trouble if they don't switch to dirt, so I really hope they do. I think they've galloped really well, but you obviously don't get the kickback, do you? Yeah.
That's something to bear in mind with them for later on in particular. But wish you the very best of luck with a horse that I think a lot of us have come to enjoy watching racing here over the season.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. And like you say, a beautiful turf track in the middle of the desert. It's unbelievable. There's no better place. Yeah.
Cheers, Dylan. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, bud.
Great to hear from Dylan Cunha there ahead of the race with the Silver Sword. Here's our final runner, and that is a Sioux Dream coming out here, the 5-year-old gelding by Sioux Nation. Sandro Paiva rides for Salman Al Sabri, our lowest rated horse, off 75. Runners heading to post.
PHI are powering our Best Turned Out Horse Award here at Meydan this evening. And in our second race, it has gone to horse number 10, Cosmic Desert. He's looked after by Rawal Singh. And Rawal Singh has joined us here in the winner's enclosure. The presentation is taking place just over to my right, and he's alongside Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, who's presenting him with his prize for the Best Turned Out Horse. Well done to Rawal Singh. Good luck to Cosmic Desert in our second race, the Palm Beach Towers. And once again, our deepest thanks to PHI Advertising and to Ali Essa. Well, here's a look at a horse with a leading chance on the international markets. And indeed, if we look back at his penultimate run, which took place back in January of this year, this is Emperor's Star. And good luck to Billy Loughnane having his first ride here at Meydan. He was saying earlier on he has been to Dubai before, but this is the first time that he'll be competing here at Meydan Racecourse. And he rides Emperor's Star for Charlie Appleby. Unlucky in that run back in January. He disappointed on his most recent run, which came a month later. But if he is the horse that he looked potentially to be back in January, then he will have a very big chance today. Horse number 12 is Wessam for Said bin Suroor and Adra de Vries. He's drawn in stall 12 alongside Emperor's Star in 11. This horse has had 2 starts. He won a novice race at Newcastle back in September. Slightly disappointing when he was only 3rd in a novice at Kempton, but perhaps things didn't quite work out for him on that occasion. He hasn't run since that race in October, so he's relatively fresh with a 2-month break, and he's only had 2 starts in his career so far, so he's hugely unexposed, and the likelihood is that he'll have more to come. We'll find out more about Wessam tonight. Drawn even further wider than Emperor's Star and Wessam is number 4, Green Triangle, who's in stall 14. That's one of the awkward elements for Green Triangle to overcome for Simon and Ed Crisford, whose horses have been running okay so far at Meydan this season. This horse managed to win in Ireland at Gorham Park back in June of last year. 2 subsequent runs have only been sighters, and he hasn't quite found his stride yet. But we'll hope that now that he's here and settled into life in Dubai, we might begin to see the horse who was showing good form when he was trained back in Ireland. Now, this is a horse who's had a fair few runs here at Meydan, hasn't always had the best of luck, and arguably he probably wants a little bit further. He's managed to win here over 1.5 miles, but he has been running okay. He managed to win last time out at Jebel Ali, and that was roughly around this trip, slightly shorter, ever so slightly. But I think there'll be a good pace in this race, and I think that will really suit him. Whether or not he's quite good enough to win against potentially 1 or 2 still useful rivals, the likes of an Emperor's Star or indeed a Wessam, is open to question. But if he gets the breaks, and considering where he is in the international markets at a very big price, I thought he could run okay, my dear old friend Deciduous. Well, the loading up process is well underway. Thought it also worth giving a mention to El Janob for Michael Costa and Ray Dawson. He's had a run this season at Jebel Ali when he was behind Fight Zone. Wasn't a bad effort over 7 furlongs. He's a horse who's got a much better draw than some of the others we mentioned in stall 5. But a really intriguing race coming up here. The first on turf of the new season. Let's head over to our own boss of the Moss, Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. Really excited to have turf racing back in some big teams of horses here under the same ownership. 3 runners here for Her Highness Sheikh Hissa, with 3 stables engaged as well. So good to see Shadwell engaged with 3. Godolphin back with 2 runners here. Best of luck to Billy Loughnane as well, who has his first ride here on the Meydan course. Sue Dream and Kalidasa to come forward.
Only a couple left to load. Deciduous, or one left to load. Deciduous will be that last horse, and we will be ready to go. 1,800 metres as turf racing resumes here at the mighty Meydan. Ready, away now. Cosmic Desert slow, back in the early part with the Green Triangle, also back there King of Time. Sioux Dream fast away out wider. Cosmic Desert recovers now with Silent Defence. Then came Kalidasa and Silver Sword were Sam the widest. A length and a half back on settling to Emperor's Star, who's been able to slot in from Mo Nada to its inside. A length and a half El Janob, 3/4 of a length back to Motor Derek. From up on the outside there was Warnice. It was a length and a quarter back to Deciduous from Eye on the Prize. Second to last was Green Triangle, and King of Times now relegated to the end. So inside the 1,200 they travel. 14:02, 11:17, 11:44. So they're going slightly inside standard here for the grade, and it is a Sioux Dream bowling them along up in front, who had to work from the wide draw. A length and a half in front of Kalidasa, who now creeps a little closer. Then came Cosmic Desert, who's got the box seat from Silent Defence. Half a length back Silver Sword, a lot closer this season. Then came up on the inside Mo Nada was Sam wider, 3 deep. Emperor's Star in between those. A length and a half back to Motor Derek from Warnice. El Janob the middle. Next was Eye on the Prize from Deciduous. King of Time and Green Triangle is last of all. Inside the 500 they travel, or they wheel the bend here in the first turf race for season 25-26. Sioux Dream now felt for. Kalidasa tracks up. Cosmic Desert looking for a way out. Silver Sword there. Emperor's Star the widest. Silent Defence next from El Janob. Emperor's Star though hits the lead under Billy Lofnan. Goes clear by half a length. Silver Sword now fighting back the inside. Emperor's Star from Silver Sword. El Janob. Warnice out, and also up on the inside there. Trafficking late was Motor Derek. Good go down to the line. Look at Silver Sword throwing the hit out when it counts. Silver Sword ahead, a tough win. Goes on to beat Emperor's Star. El Janob next over Motor Derek fourth. From Warnice, Eye on the Prize, Green Triangle. Next over Mo Nada, Deciduous. Then came Cosmic Desert from Silent Defence, Sioux Dream, Kalidasa. And one of the last ones to greet the judge there as well was Sam, along with Sioux Dream there as well. And the last one to greet the judge there was King of Time. So Silver Sword the winner. Nice little launching pad last start when going onto the dirt, and well, it certainly got him fit, and he was there down for the battle. Emperor's Star certainly put it to him, but Silver Sword too smart. Well done to George Wood, picking up a win here. Good to see him back in Dubai, and he's able to get this win here for Dylan Cunha. That'll be a nice win for the stable as they kick off their season here, and what a way to start.
What a wonderful horse he has been for Connection. Silver Sword wins at Meydan again. For a moment, it didn't look like he would get clear running, but eventually when they turned into the straight and they fanned out, thankfully Kalidasa just rolled over to his left, and that gave clear room to Silver Sword, during which time Emperor's Star made what looked to be a winning challenge under Billy Lochnan, and having hit the front, Silver Sword rallied. As in our first race, it looked as if Vizier was beaten. In this race, Silver Sword looked in trouble when Emperor's Star got to him, but he has found more. Maybe a combination of Emperor's Star just getting a bit tired and Silver Sword digging in. But what a fabulous race we just had once again. El Janob was just in behind Emperor's Star, looking for a bit of a run through in the yellow colours. He eventually gets it once Emperor's Star rolls over to his left, our right, as we looked at the head-on. And El Janob has run on okay. He's not been beaten far. Warnice in the red cap, also staying on that white bridle for Doug Watson, did pretty well under Jamie Powell. But it's Silver Sword. We spoke to Dylan Cunha before the race, and he spoke about the plan and how this horse had a series of races mapped out. Well, this was the plan after that run on dirt last time out, and the plan has come together in some style. He had to just wait for the horse in the red sleeves, Kalidasa, to lean over to his left. Once he did, he had clear sailing. But it did look as if Emperor's Star was going to take advantage here. But you can't rule out this 5-year-old son of Charm Spirit. He dug in, ears back, battling away, clawing the lead back from Emperor's Star in the run to the line. And he has won once again at Meydan. Silver Sword.
Unofficial numbers in the Palm Beach Towers over the 1800, 9, 7, 8 and 14. 9, 7, 8, 14. Silver Sword, your winner, 149.35. Margins a neck by a neck. 9, 7, 8, 14, race 2.
Time to welcome back our second winner of the night after the running of the Palm Beach Towers. He's a horse we know well here at Meydan, a 5-year-old grey gelding by Charm Spirit out of Aurora Grey, ridden by George Wood, trained by Dylan Cunha and owned by Martians Racing and Dylan Cunha. A round of applause for Silver Sword! Well, you heard Pat Comerford saying earlier, welcome back to Dubai, George. Well done. What a battler this horse is.
Yeah, he is, and I wasn't too sure coming down to the final sort of furlong or so whether he would really stick his head out, but that's one thing he's done today, and fair play to Dylan and his team because he was in cracking form.
I watched the race replay again. As they turned into the straight, you just needed one horse to roll over a bit to the left to give you room, by which time Emperor's Stars got first run on you.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that Billy had sort of kicked and gone, but luckily the gap came soon enough, and as I said, I was just lucky to be sat on the horse that's in great form, and it's nice that he's fighting out here.
And an experience like this, George, you know, this sort of atmosphere, you know how much connections are put into this horse as well and how much they want out of it. What satisfaction does that give you?
Oh, huge satisfaction. I was over here sort of 5-6 years ago for Charlie Appleby and had a great experience, and he's probably wanted to come over a bit beforehand, but the opportunity's dried up, but it's going well now, so keep going.
Well done.
Cheers.
Correct weight in race number 2, the Palm Beach Towers, 9.78.14. Correct weight, you win a Silver Sword, 149.35. Official margins, a neck by a neck. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the second presentation tonight on our race card, sponsored by Nikhil. Following the running of the Palm Beach Towers, we welcome to the stage once again to make the presentation Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate. And we thank Nikhil for their continued sponsorship and support here at Meydan. What a fabulous race we have just seen, and an incredible performance from Silver Sword. He won last season here at Meydan, and he's done it again. Put your hands together for Dylan Cunha and Caroline Kelly representing the winning team. Silver Sword, your winner of the Palm Beach Towers. Our third race of the night is the Palm Central, and the runners are in the pre-parade ring. It's our version of Lapland here at Meydan, and the first horse we're looking at is number 12. This is Wraithy for Salim bin Gadaya. He's drawn in stall 3 tonight. He's a big individual, isn't he? He's quite lengthy and strong. He is a son of Mackenzie. He's only had the 3 runs so far here. He's had 3 runs at Jebel Ali, 1 at Meydan. But last time out, he actually ran with a fair bit of promise over 7 furlongs at Jebel Ali, where he did a lot of running early on, showed a lot of speed, but got very tired in the closing stages. I think dropping back to the 6 furlongs today will be in his favour, and he's got a good draw in stall 3 to try and go forward, and if that works, then I think he'll run well. Still to put a saddle on is horse number 4, who's just behind him, whilst a few of them are starting to make their way down into the pre-parade ring. 4 is Klimt Street, who hasn't got a saddle on just yet, for Salman Al Sabri. We'll see how long that takes, because most of the horses do have saddles on and are heading out. As you can tell, they're being marshalled to start heading down into the pre-parade ring. There are a couple of horses just over to the right, still being having the final touches added to them, including number 9, Split the Prophet, who is from the same stable as Klimt Street. Split the Prophet has now been prepared, and he's heading out. He's drawn in stall 11 last round at Jebel Ali last month. Didn't actually run too badly behind Sarim, but we'll need to probably find a little bit more tonight. That's Split the Prophet. And the other horse who's still here, apart from the naked-looking number 4, which is Klimt Street, is horse number 5, and that is Manawish, one of the runners here for Michael Costa. Ray Dawson will be taking the rider in this Son of McLean's Music. He's got a good draw in stall 2, Manawish, and he was, when Pat and I were talking about the runners earlier on, we were talking about Royal Correspondent. Well, he was behind Royal Correspondent on the 15th of November, Manawish, when he was 4th on the way, won the race. Royal Correspondent was in behind in 2nd, and Manawish was back in 4th. He actually ran okay that day, but he's still green, still learning. He's only had 3 runs so far. He had a long layoff after the first run at Jebel Ali back in January. He's had 2 runs this part of the season. He was 4th on both occasions. More to come from him, but he needs a bit more time, judged by the way he has raced so far. Maybe a little bit of time to strengthen up as well. So he's got the red hood on very shortly. You see Michael Costa's just helping get things right there. He'll certainly be joining the rest of them very soon. But horse number 4, Klimt Street, still to be saddled up as we get ready for our 3rd race.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Runners are heading into the parade here for race number 3 on the card. Let's head into the parade now. And our first horse we have a look at is Faraman, who comes into this race here looking to be improving off his debut performance. Was solid enough in those in that run. Visually probably could have improved. He was smashed on the international market and ended up coming on to run 5th. Looked like he was on the back foot the whole way, but should take natural improvement from the run. And I think the dirt here at Meydan and the flatter track may see him run a more economical race. Faraman is our first horse here, stepping out for his Meydan debut. Number 2 is Hidden Secret. We saw him out at the dirt here over the 1600 last time out. He drops back to a sprint trip for this assignment, back 400 metres. Sam Hitchcott rides for Ahmed bin Hamish, draws in gate number 4 off the rating of 77. Next horse is Muzahim, number 6, the 3-year-old gelding by Speightstown. He's only had the 3 runs of his career. All have been at Jebel Ali. Another horse stepping out to Meydan for the first time at his home track off the rating of 71. This one for Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Hamad Al Nuaimi. And he has had a 3rd only to his name so far. Best of luck to him here. 7 is another debutant for Abubakar Kadora, for Bupat Seema and Richard Mullen. Pizarro's a 3-year-old gelding by Dabawi. He is going to learn a lot more about him here as he steps out here for this first run. But all signs point to him being a nice horse. He's certainly looks the part as well. He's a nice big type for a 4-year-old. He's having a slightly delayed start to his career, but best of luck to Connections here with him, as hopefully we see Pizarro have a successful first time to the races. 8 is Royal Correspondent, a 4-year-old here by Blue Point. He's a horse who makes his own luck up on speed. He's been around the mark so far this season, and fitness will be no query whatsoever. His 4th run for the season. All 3 of those have been at Jebel Ali. We'll see if the Meydan track may improve him once again. Looking for that elusive first win here at career start number 11. 3 minor placings so far. Antonio Fresu to ride. 9 is one of two runners here for Salman Al Sabri. It is Split the Profit. Drawn out in 11. Gate's going to make it tough. Who Salman Al Sabri trains and owns. Marcelino Rodriguez claiming 2.5 here on this runner. Off a nice trial performance here at Meydan, Turfan-e Dubai. A tried sale purchase is now in the care of Ismail Muhammad and Sultan-e Dubai. Sandro Paiva to ride this son of Shamadal, and we best of luck to connections here with this debutant runner. White Gate has had a fair bit of racing, 8 starts for 3 seconds, knocking on the door for that first win. Done a lot of turf racing at Abu Dhabi last season. The 3-year-old colt by Dark Angel tries the dirt here for the first time in this preparation, and we hopefully see him run well here first up. Connor Beasley to ride from a White Gate. Wraithy has been up against some tough company in the last season performances, beaten by Sir Harmony on a number of occasions. So a couple of horses that he's been beaten by have gone on to run some good races. He returns to Meydan for the first time since running 4th to Nugul, who we'll also see stepping out here tonight. Draws in 3, Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam Bin Gadaya combine off the rating of a 77. So 3 horses still yet to join us. Just making their way out slightly late. First one here is Hobble Salam, the 4-year-old gelding by Mittal. Mrs. Hannah Rafai owns. Osama Rafai trains. Danny Tudhope to do the riding here off 72. Has had the one run this season, over 1,400 metres in maiden company. Ran 3rd, beaten 12.5 by Spy Kingdom. Would need to improve on the run. Dropping back in trip as well to a proper sprint trip. Last 2 horses will be Climp Street and also Manawish, and they'll be our late arrivals to the parade. Here is Manawish, our next horse to have a look at. The son of McLean's Music. Ray Dawson rides for Michael Costa, spotting the black cap here for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 3 runs and yet to figure. 3 4th placings though, so has been thereabouts in all of those runs, and has its first run here under lights at Meydan. And our final horse makes its way here to the parade. It's Climp Street. Hamad Al-Basaidi will ride for Salman Al Sabri, wearing the white distinguishing cap. Claiming 2.5 here is the apprentice here aboard Climp Street. Clem Street's had 2 runs so far this campaign. 0 to 75, beaten 11 lengths, and then went to Meydan Company at Jebel Ali last start, beaten nearly 27 lengths there. So dropping back to 1200 here for this assignment, gets the aid of an inside draw, drawing 1, but would need to improve on what we've seen so far. That's our final horse to have a look at here, and final horse making its way out to the gates for race number 3.
PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award here at Meydan. And in race 3, the Palm Central, it has gone to horse number 6, Muzahim. Muzahim is looked after by Hilal Ahmad. Hilal Ahmad has made his way into a place reserved only for winners. It is the winners enclosure, which is where I am, and I'm going to wander over and find Aliessa, who is the CEO of PHI Advertising, along with Hilal Ahmed receiving his prize. Well done, congratulations. Good smile, a shake of the hands and a thumbs up. Good luck to you, good luck to Muzahim, and our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support here at Meydan. Well, the runners will soon be loading up for the Palm Central. This maiden is worth 165,000 dirhams, and we're looking at number 1, Fadaman, one of 2 horses in the race from Michael Costa in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Silvestre de Souza aboard this son of McLean's Music, who's shown a bit of promise in his one start at Jebel Ali, and He's quite a handsome individual. The likelihood is that he would have come on significantly for that first run and better expected today. Number 12 is Raithi, who has also been in action at Jebel Ali, including when he was behind Spy Kingdom, who runs later on in the card tonight. And Raithi actually ran really well over 7 furlongs last time out, showing plenty of speed before he got tired in the closing stages. Dropping back to 1,200 metres should hopefully suit him. He's got a good draw in 3. I can imagine Bernardo Pinheiro wanting to be forward from that good draw, and he may run even better than he did last time. Horse number 2 is Hidden Secret, who is certainly good enough in terms of raw ability to win this. Used to be with the Godolphin team. Was actually second to a horse called Damasus, who's proved himself to be quite a smart individual for John and Thady Gosden in the latter part of 2025. And Hidden Secret ran okay on his first run here behind Grey Boss. That wasn't a bad run, and I thought he'd come forward for that, but he didn't really step forward from that run last time out when he ran here a week ago. So whether or not he can put that, what I consider a slightly disappointing effort behind him last time out a week later, is open to question. He's certainly got the ability, but for whatever reason isn't quite delivering it on the track at the moment. So the loading up process is indeed well underway. I thought also worth mentioning Royal Correspondent. He's got an awkward draw in stall number 12, but Antonio Frezu's on board. Hopefully we'll get him out and get him forward, Royal Correspondent. On the 2 runs at Jebel Ali, that would certainly put him in the mix. So also keep an eye out for one of the newcomers, Tufan Dubai. Got a lovely pedigree. Be interesting to see how he goes. First time in a competitive race here at Meydan. Let's head up to the commentary box for our next with Pat.
Thank you very much, Rishi. There's been a fair bit of movement in the market overseas. 3-1 the field, but nevertheless, there's been some late support here for Raithi. Number 12, it's probably best backed. Faraman's going to go off your favourite at this point. As I said in the preview, I probably wouldn't want any shorter than 4-1 here for him. Just on face value off what we saw, he was visually on the back foot last time out. But a new track, different kind of race, so we'll see whether or not he can find himself in a better position and able to put his best foot forward. He's one of the last ones to load away here for Silvestre de Souza, and Hobble Salam will be the last. He will go off favourite Faraman, but as we said, best back there, Raithi on the international market has been met with some nice support. Hobble Salam loads away, 1,200 metres, set to go. Ready? Oh, Raithi just lunged at the gates there. Bernardo Pinheiro nearly got put through the front gate. Back in the saddle, ready. We'd go a second time and away we go, and Richard Mullen has nearly been thrown out, and it's almost out of the contest as a result. White Gate goes up to an early lead. Royal Correspondent, Muzahim and Manawish are close enough. 3/4 of a length back there to split the profit. 1.5 back to Raithi, who's in 6th, spotting the leaders 5. 3 lengths back to Turfani Dubai with Hidden Secret. Then came Klimp Street. Faraman's got a big job to do from the position there. Hobble Salam next, and dropping away Pizarro after the tardy start, nearly throwing the jockey out of the saddle. It's basically out of the contest. Inside the 600 they go here. They're almost approaching the top of the bend, and it's White Gate who's looking to lead them and make all the running. Royal Correspondent to its outside in 2nd. Muzahim 3rd. Manawish 4th. Few of these copping some serious kickback. Working through the inside is Hidden Secret running on along with Split the Profit. White Gate the leader. Length, 3/4 of a length to a length in front of Royal Correspondent. Muzahim picking up late. White Gate's all out up in front. Royal Correspondent now with a good task in putting it down there. Muzahim, Royal Correspondent from Muzahim, who's heading back there with every stride. Muzahim coming right over the top here, and Muzahim's going to go on and win. Muzahim half a length to Royal Correspondent. Manawish has held on to 3rd, and 4th to White Gate. From Hidden Secret then came Faraman, who was too far back to make an impression. Next over Turfani Dubai from Split the Profit. Pizarro, good to see Richard Mullen stayed in the saddle. It could have been bad. Next over there was Raithi, and Hobble Salam was the last one to greet the judge. Double for Tygo Shea on the night here with Muzahim.
off the rating of 71. Congratulations to Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi, going on to pick up the win here with Muzahim Bupatsima getting his first for the night here. But the 3-year-old gelding by Speightstown, Royal Correspondent settling for another second. Good performance by him, and Manawish is third across the line from Whitegate. 6, 8, 5, 11, your unofficial numbers, 6, 8, 5 and 11, and Muzahim goes on to win.
Well, Muzahim was the best turned out horse going into the race, so he certainly looked the part beforehand, and he's produced a terrific finish in the closing stages. Royal Correspondent, just watching him there, he just wanted to lean a bit left and need a little bit of manoeuvring from Antonio Fresu before going past Whitegate, who got very tired in the closing stages. And in the end, Muzahim has finished off best of all. We were talking about Royal Correspondent finishing ahead of Muzahim and Manawish early on. Well, he's turned that form around, Muzahim has, from Jebel Ali about a month ago. Out of the gates, and Pizarro fly leapt out of the gates, and Richie Mullen did well to stay on board. Thankfully, he was okay. The horse's chance all gone in that first couple of strides, though. Early part of the race, Whitegate showed lots of pace under Connor Beasley to go forward. Royal Correspondent sat on his outside, and turning into the straight, it looked as if it would be a fight between those two to begin with, but Muzahim started to make ground up in the purple colours and the tie gaucher, but he just saw from the runner-up Royal Correspondent, he just needed a little bit of Antonio Fresu's guidance to get him straight and going forward, having wanted to hang just a little bit. In the meantime, Muzahim was very game on this, his 4th career start. The son of Speightstown has run straight and true and got the better of Royal's Correspondent, say turning over that form that they showed at Jebel Ali. Manawish has run okay. He's actually managed to wrestle 3rd spot from Whitegate. Whitegate paid for the early exertions and early use of energy and enthusiasm in the early part of the race, and he got a bit tired and was passed by Manawish for 3rd spot. Thought Royal Correspondent might just see off Muzahim for a stride or two when Muzahim came alongside here, but ultimately he also got a bit tired, having been near the pace. And Ty Gaucher is riding his 2nd winner of the night.
Unofficial numbers confirmed in race number 3, 6, 8, 5, 11 confirmed. Muzahim, your winner, 1:12.92. Half a length by 3 3/4, your unofficial margins. 6, 8, 5, 11, race 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome back our 3rd winner of the evening after the running of the Palm Central. The winners are Brown Gelding by Speightstown out of Sisi Valentina, owned by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi, trained by Bupatsima. A 2nd winner of the night for Ty Gaucher. A round of applause for your winner, Muzahim. Well, he's now proving that he can ride thoroughbreds as well.
It's amazing, isn't it? You forget overnight, but it's like riding a bike. You get back on, you soon remember. No, this horse has been knocking on the door, Jebel Ali. We thought a flat track would suit him. Boopit and the team had him in great shape, and he gets an extra furlong, and I think that's what won the day for him. You know, he turned in the top of the straight, got out onto that outside lead, and one thing he was going to do was hit the line strong. And yeah, very happy, very lucky owner for me. Couple of rides this season, couple of winners. So I just said to his son there, you need to ask your father to buy some more horses. So no, it's great. So horses are in great shape, and I have to just try to make less mistakes and steer them around.
Tell me something about getting horses on the right lead. How much time do you and Boopit and the team spend teaching horses that particular skill?
Look, prime example, probably the best sprinter, one of the best sprinters in the world was Tuz. He used to go around in his inside lead all the time, and last year sat down with Boopit and we just said, every work morning, you know, he can be aggressive in his work, Tuz, but rode him every week and had a few arguments with him to get him onto that outside lead. And you know, he went unbeaten throughout the season. He really, for an older horse, he learned how to change him up, and arguably unlucky on World Cup night when things just, he didn't get the rub of the green. But to answer your question, I think when they get out onto that outside lead, they can find 2 or 3 lengths down the straight. It's basically like, best way to explain it to people that mightn't understand it, you're in high revs and 4th gear down the motorway. When you change it into 5th, to have a breather and they pick up.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well done.
And correct weight is given in race number 3, the Palm Central over 1,200 metres, 6.8.5.11. Correct weight. Muzahim, your winner, 112.92. Winner's time, margins, half a length by 3 3/4. It is time now for the presentation for our 3rd race on a 9-race card, kindly sponsored by Nakheel. This race, the Palm Central, has just been won by Muzahim, and we welcome to the stage once again to make the presentation Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate, and we thank him and Nakheel for their sponsorship once again. We have just seen a very gutsy performance from our winner, Muzahim, trained by Bhupat Seemar, 2nd winner of the night for Tiger Shea. But how about a round of applause for the winning team, the winning owners, Sheikh Abdul Aziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi. Please welcome to the stage Sheikh Sultan Abdul Aziz.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to look out for our roving cameras because it is time for the second edition tonight of Faces at the Races. All you have to do is produce one of those gleaming, beautiful smiles. When our camera finds it, you will pick up a prize of 500 dirhams, and then all you've got to do is make your way to gate 3 or 4 to pick up your prize. My goodness, I think we found our winner already. Wow, what a smile that is. That is a young man full of the joys of life. Beautiful, and I love that beard. One day I hope mine will look exactly like that, sir. Congratulations. 500 dirhams richer.
Runners head into the parade for the Palm Jebel Ali, 1,400 metres on turf for 165,000. Let's head to our first. Three runners here for Abubakar Kadora, and the first of those spotting the green cap is Brinch, the 2-year-old colt by Candy Ride, coming off a nice trial win here over 1,000 metres on dirt at Meydan. Steps out for its turf debut, and best of luck to Connections here. All signs point to the horse being fit enough in the trials, hopefully can make an impression. Second horse is a Do or Do Not. We welcome a new runner here, highest rated horse in the event, off for the rating of 104. He's a 2-year-old colt by Space Blues, out of a Declaration of War mare. Jamie Osborne trains, Safi Osborne to ride. 7 starts for 5 minor placings, including placings in group company. Stepping back to a maiden, Do or Do Not, the horse to beat. Number 3 is Kurdistan Storm. Michael Sheehy rides for Doug Watson. For Karwan Barzani, 2-year-old colt by Al Manzoor. Draws gate number 5 here for the debut performance. Trial was certainly a pass mark and looks forward enough for its first career run. Here is Power for Power. Spots the white cap here for Abubakar Kadora, Bupat Seema and Sylvester de Souza combine here with the 2-year-old colt by Blue Point. Has had the 2 runs on the all-weather in the UK at Newcastle and also Kempton Park. Last time out at Kempton, beaten half a length there. That was on the 22nd of October. Has had a little break to freshen up here for this first run in the UAE. George Wood already on the board tonight. He partners up with Richard Spencer here for owner Phil Cunningham. With Start Me Up, the 2-year-old colt by Memis. 2 starts for a second and a third. They came at Newmarket on the turf and Southall on the all-weather track. That last run there on the 24th of October. Very similar to Power for Power, has been freshened up for this first up run here in the UAE. Drawn a little sticky, though, in 10 here, Start Me Up, so the gate may make it a little bit difficult here, a short run to that first turn. State Glory makes its turf debut after 2 runs on the dirt here at Meydan over 1,200 and 1,600 metres. Antonio Fresu jumps on board here for Masaba El Maheri, spotting the standard red cap here for Abubakar Kadora, the final runner of 3 there for Connections. Number 7 is Watch Collector, the 2-year-old gelding by Medaglia Dioro. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea combine for Faisal Muhammad A. Akhtani. And Connections here, drawn a little wide in 9, has had the 1 run at Jebel Ali, beaten 6.3 there. That was in maiden company on the 15th of November. So makes its Meydan debut, second up for the season. Number 8 is Zoltan, the 2-year-old colt by Lucky Vega. It's out of a Invincible Spirit mare for Abdul Kareem Muftar Abu Dalkil, and Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combine here. This runner off the rating of 79 has had 2 runs at the Curragh in maiden company, running 3rd and 4th respectively. Their last run was on the 12th of April, so it's first up off a fair break, at least 6 months between runs. Zumbezi has had the 1 run as well back in the Czech Republic. 2-year-old colt by Zarak. Miroslav Neslenak trains, and Ray Dawson to do the riding here. This runner here has had that 1 start over 1,200. That was on the 26th of October. So freshened up for about 4 or 5 weeks for this first run here under the lights at Meydan. Number 10, Connor Beasley to ride She's Good for Ahmed bin Hamish and Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi. One start here at Meydan, down the track there behind Uno. That was on the 21st of November. So returns here for its second run and switches over to the turf here for the second start of its career. That's all our runners here for race number 4, a field of 10 taking to the track here in the Palm Jebel Ali for 165,000.
Well, you all know the cliches about best maiden in training, etc. Well, that task and that responsibility is now with Do or Do Not, and it's now with Jamie Osborne. Jamie, how are you, and how is Do or Do Not?
I'm good, thank you, and yeah, he looks well. He's been training okay, so yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Well, obviously, he's able to run in a maiden despite his incredible form in the UK. Yeah. What have you learnt about him? What have you seen now that he's under your care?
Nothing very spectacular. I can understand why Ed Walker never felt that he was necessarily in the early part of the year going to be a horse that could finish second in a Coventry and various other group races. He doesn't show you an awful lot at home. He keeps it hopefully for the track. But he looks well, he's been training okay. Obviously on what he's achieved so far, if I haven't deteriorated him too much, you would hope he's going to be difficult to beat. But on the other hand, Richard Spencer and Phil Cunningham, they're looking a little bit optimistic.
Okay, they could be in for a good night. They could be in for a good night, but your horse does have the form. In your heart of hearts, this looks like a great opportunity. Is it as simple as that?
Look, I don't know. How good is Phil's horse? He was very lucky to remain a maiden at Southwell last time.
A bit far back.
He was, yeah. And they do like him. You know, if he's 100 horse, which is possible, and we marginally underperform, then we've got a race on our hands. But no, I would hope that he should now lose his maiden tag tonight. But it's a horse race, anything can happen.
Well, I hope you're right. Good luck, AJ.
Thank you.
Well, it's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award. We're seeing one of the horses that we think is the best turned out horse going around the paddock now, but I'm going to need a little bit of help from my friends in the winner's enclosure to tell me who is the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out horse in this, our fourth race.
Number 2.
And number 2 is called?
Do not.
Do not, that's it. Yes, Do or Do Not, correct, well done. And Do or Do Not is looked after by Iqbal Khan, and here he is in the winner's enclosure now alongside Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. What are all your names? What's your name?
Lavi. Pia. Naya. Layal. Finyo.
Hilarious, fantastic. Thank you all very much. We'll see you later. Having a good night? Yay, excellent. See you later. Well done to Iqbal Khan. Good luck to Do or Do Not. And our thanks to PHI Advertising. Let's have a closer look at some of the leading contenders for this maiden on the turf, 1,400 metres. And of course, as you heard from Jamie Osborne, Do or Do Not has a standout chance on his very best form. He was second in the Coventry Stakes at Royal Ascot to Stad, who was voted the Horse of the Year, 2-year-old Horse of the Year in Europe for his performances throughout the season and by winning the Breeders' Cup Turf at Del Mar on his final start. He was also second to Zavatieri at Newmarket in that Group 2 July Stakes. He's clearly a very high-class horse at his absolute best, but he's yet to win a race, Do or Do Not. The question is, will he put his head in front today? He certainly has the form to do that. His trainer, Jamie Osborne, though, was a bit wary about the chances of horse number 5, Start Me Up. And here he is. George Wood's already had a winner on the card. Start Me Up has had 2 starts, shown a lot of promise behind quite a stylish Godolphin winner in the early part of the year. That was a horse called Trianmore. That horse didn't quite go on, but he showed promise on that occasion, Start Me Up. And then he had a relatively long layoff. He reappeared, having run in May, in October, and he actually ran pretty well behind Monarch's Gold, a horse of Ammo Racing. And in fairness, with a better, more fairer run race, he may well have won that Start Me Up. He's clearly got plenty of ability. And both he and Do or Do Not, you imagine they won't be long in ending their maiden status. Here's horse number 8, Zaltan, for Doug Watson. Pat Dobbs on board, a horse who's had a couple of starts, was with Josh Halley in Ireland. Both those starts came back in the spring, one in March and one in April. He showed a bit of ability in those 2 maidens at the Curragh. And he's a horse that clearly will have a future if he's still that horse, but we haven't seen him for a long time. And the likelihood is with the Doug Watson team that he'll come on for this run. So the loading up process well underway for our 4th race. It's on the turf, and there is the favourite, Do or Do Not. Pat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rishi. It's a really nice race, isn't it? It's a fair few unknowns. Look, it's so funny how often we see this early in the season at Meydan. There's the obvious standout on paper, but it can be a little bit more confusing than that at the best of times with a few of these that we really don't know all too much about. But best of luck to all the connections here as Start Me Up comes up into line and completes the line here at the 1400. Short run here to the back turn. State Glory just momentarily there, and away they go. State Glory went right out of the gates and checked Power for Power as they left the machines. Away fast in the early part of the race here was State Glory, working up with Zoltan. She's Good is one back on the inside, and in the 1-1 Do or Do Not, who's into 4th position. Out wider was Brinch, then came Start Me Up, who's working around them, getting a bit fizzed up with Watch Collector. This race changing shape quite convincingly. Back to Zumbezi in 3rd to last. 2nd to last in running there was Power for Power, and Kurdistan Storm is last. It's State Glory down the side who leads the way here by half a length to Zoltan in 2nd. She's Good 3rd. Do or Do Not is in 4th position. Watch Collector 5th, 3 wide. 4 wide, Start Me Up. He's doing double time out there. Then came Brinch, followed by Power for Power, Zumbezi and Kurdistan Storm looking for an inside passage home as they wheel the bend. And up in front it is State Glory who leads the way here. A length and a half in advance of Zoltan. Do or Do Not gets out here. Oh, Start Me Up. George Wood nearly hit the deck there, and he's almost taken the horse out of the race, unfortunately. Do or Do Not. Here comes Power for Power, who's going to storm over the top of Do or Do Not. Do or Do Not's got a fight on his hands. Power for Power. Do or Do Not trying ever so hard with every stride, but Power for Power checked at the gates. It didn't matter. 3/4 from Do or Do Not. Zumbezi 3rd, Zoltan 4th, 5th over Start Me Up. Rider happy to stay on board, I'd say. Brinch next over from Watch Collector. Then came She's Good, followed by Kurdistan Storm. State Glory was the last one home. Power for Power. Some performance here for Bupat Seema and Silvestre de Souza. Where did he come from? Checked at the start, and you would have thought that would have been curtains, and he's had to take the long way around. And, well,
Do or Do Not's run a close second. 6 lengths almost to third. So Do or Do Not, very stiff, will be winning a race, you'd say, in the not too distant future, but that is some win. Power for Power, number 4, goes on to win and denies Seymour Bloodstock a start-up winner here in their first Meydan run-up, but Do or Do Not, a big pass mark for him, and Start Me Up. You can put a line through his run. Unfortunately, what occurred at the 200 took out his chances. A couple of nice horses on the rise here. We'll be seeing them back here winning races soon. But all power with Power for Power. Number 4, your winner.
Well, Power for Power has caused a bit of an upset here. Out of the gates, we saw the horse with the red cap, State Glory, just drifting over to the right. As they settled into the early stride, State Glory goes forward. The horse in the white sleeves, Zaltan's also forward. On the outside, Start Me Up is trapped out widest of all, could never get in, and then came a sort of 4-horse battle for the lead. Do or Do Not had a lovely run in just behind them. I think Connections would have been happy with his position, and as they turned into the straight, just needed a bit of a gap. Only 2 behind for the eventual winner, who's a little bit keen there under Silvestre de Sousa in the white cap, Power for Power. Start Me Up, I think you could probably forget this run, but keep an eye. I think there's an awkward moment in the home straight for Start Me Up. He's had a horror trip out wide through the whole race and never could get into a proper battle. Do or Do Not is just in behind. Safi Osborne just waiting for a little bit of a gap. As Do or Do Not gets the gap, so George Wood nearly comes off. It'll be interesting to see the head-on, whether indeed there was a Cossatina effect. But in the meantime, as Do or Do Not goes to take the lead, Power for Power draws up on the outside. This horse, who used to be in training in the UK with Roger Varon, shown promise in 2 starts. On his first start for Bhupat Simar, has come home comfortably clear. Was going away at the end. Do or Do Not has run okay. Let's have a look at what happens to poor George Wood on Start Me Up. I think it's an independent incident. It looked as if, for whatever reason, George Wood just lost his iron. His left leg just slipped out of the iron. I'm not entirely certain why. He's struggling to get it back at this stage. His race was already over, in fairness, because of the terrible trip he's had through the race. No excuses really on this occasion for Do or Do Not, who's run well in defeat once again. And although he hasn't won tonight, I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for him along the way. But Power for Power, he's got a lovely pedigree. This is only his 3rd start, his first for Bhupat Simar, and a winning one.
Official numbers in the Palm Jebel Ali: 4, 2, 9 and 8. 4, 2, 9 and 8. Power for Power, your winner, 125.31. 3/4 by 4 3/4. The margins there: 4, 2, 9 and 8. Your numbers, race 4.
A dramatic running of race 4 tonight here at Meydan. The Palm Jebel Ali has gone the way of a 2-year-old Bay Colt by Blue Point out of Freezy, owned by Abu Bakr Kadura, trained by Bhupat Simar, his 2nd winner of the night, and the first of the evening for Silvestre de Sousa. A round of applause for your winner, Power for Power.
busy one.
Sylvester de Sousa just weighing in after Power for Power's victory. And I guess the question is, at which point, Sylvester, did you think you might win that? When Do or Do Not picked it up, I think a lot of us thought race over.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse. I know him from England, and I rode him a lot of work in Rogers, and I always thought he would suit Dubai. And, you know, he's a son of Blue Point. He's a lovely bred horse. So he loves the surface, the way the ground is over there. So he had an easy time, you know.
I thought it looked to us as if your horse found a turn of foot in the closing stages. Is that how it felt to you, that he's got a bit of zip late on?
Yeah, he did. He quicker for me, and then I got half neck down to the other horse, and I didn't want to punish him anymore. And it's his first run in UAE, so and I think a lot of the horse, and I think a little bit more to come of him.
Yeah, is he still green mentally as well as physically?
Yeah, he's light of a race, and he had 2 races in England, and now he's stored his task, so he's always learning.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation following the running of our 4th race tonight, the Palm Jebel Ali, one of 9 races supported by Nikhil. And we welcome to the stage once more Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate, to make the presentation. And it was a shock win, but a marvellous performance from Power for Power, giving Bhupat Seema a 2nd winner tonight, a 1st winner for his rider, Sylvester de Sousa. Please welcome to the stage his owner, Abu Bakr Kadura, accompanied by some of his friends and family.
Welcome back to the parade here for the Nakheel, the 80 to 100 here for 250,000 dirham. 11 runners, let's head to the parade. Number 2 is our first horse, and that is Genelat Bright. It's the first horse we have a look at here in this upcoming event. Has had numerous runs so far, 7 to be exact. Last contesting a Group 2, that was at Longchamp. He has got some nice form here, a win and a second only to his name though. Ray Dawson does the riding here for Miroslav Neslanik and comes into this off the rating of 99. Number 3 is a Galactic Star. Tygo Shea does the riding here for Bhupat Seema. 98 rater heading into tonight's contest. Last time out, second behind Heart of Honour, the 3-year-old son of Improbable. 5 starts, 2 wins and 2 minors. This is building up a nice record and draws an inside gate here to aid his front-running chances. Number 4 is Royal Favour. Draws the ace here, the 3-year-old gelding by Hard Spun. Comes back this season gelded. The 98 rater is to be ridden by James Doyle for Simon and Ed Crisford and Sultan Ali. Number 5 is Homebrew, the 6-year-old gelding by Street Sense. Sylvester de Souza and Michael Costa combine. Second last time out behind Stormy Ocean, beaten a half length. That was the final meeting of the season last year, or this year, but the final meeting of last season, and that was in listed company. The son of Street Sense returns here for his 18th start, a 5-time winner already. Another model of consistency, Street Mood, the 6-year-old entire by Street Boss for Masaba El Maheri and Antonio Fresu. 93 rater coming into this event. A 7-time winner so far and last seen at Sharjah behind Commissioner King running in that conditions event there on the 23rd of November. Has a good Meydan record. 7 is Gun Carriage, the 3-year-old colt by Gun Runner for Dylan Cunha and Ardrey De Vries. 3 starts for 1 win and 1/3. That running has been done in Ireland, those 3 starts, and steps out here for his UAE debut and also his 4th career start. Number 8 is a Zandvoort, Richard Mullen for Bhupat Seema and Abu Bakar Kadora. 6 starts for 1 win and 3 minor placings. Running over the sprint trips there in the first couple of runs for the season. Has run 3rd on both occasions and steps out in trip to the mile here for this upcoming run. Spy Kingdom was a Jebel Ali winner over 1,400 metres, breaking his maiden in spectacular fashion by 8.6 lengths. He steps up into proven company this time around and out in trip as well. Nugul gets a light weight here. He was a sensational winner last season here in his only career start at Meydan, where he came from a long way off them to storm home and win. Ali Al-Badwawi trains and Mirzabek Kapushev does the riding for Moldia Kusharova. Off the rating of 84. 11 is Magic Petition for Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al-Sabusi and Ahmed bin Hamish and Sam Hitchcott to ride, doing 53 kilos here off the rating of 81. He's a 1-time winner from 23 starts with the 5 minor placings to his name as well. Number 1 is our final horse to have a look at. That'll be Crown Estate, the highest rated runner, the son of Dabawi, a 100 rater for Salim bin Gadai and Bernardo Pinheiro. He'll be the last horse we see as they make their way down the tunnel for race number 5.
Well, alongside me is a trainer who's had a very good evening so far, still more to come. But just a brief reflection on your two winners so far, Bhupat Seema. Muzahim, just looking at the way the race unfolded, I thought he was going to get beat, but he really dug in on the outside to pick up the two front runners.
Yeah, he's a gutsy little horse. We ran him in Jabal Ali and he ran well enough, but we thought he's more of a flat track horse. And we gave him a little time between races this time because the last time we ran him back to back in 15 days. He's only a single-bodied small horse, so I think he benefited with a little bit extra time between races. We worked him here and he worked really well. So we were expecting good things, and I think he stays a bit further as well.
And can I ask about Power for Power, who's caught a few people out by surprise? When Do or Do Not took the lead, it looked as if the race was over, but Sylvester was only just beginning to wind him up.
Yeah, he showed a really good acceleration. He really finished the race really well. I mean, Do or Not Do is he's got a good form behind him, and we haven't had this horse for too long. I think we've had him for about 5-6 weeks. He showed us a lot at home. I was expecting probably to win or run second, but when I saw Do or Do Not rated 104, I thought that was a bit high expectation. But he did it well.
What might you do with him now? What could be the target for him?
I think the owners want to go to the Jumeirah Guineas, maybe. He's by Blue Point out of a Dalakani mare, so he's got a proper turf pedigree. So I think, when he's good on the turf, why change it?
Can I very quickly just ask you about Laurel River? We've seen a video of him strutting his stuff around the racecourse here at Meydan. Of course, the Dubai World Cup winner, unable to defend his crown last year. Where are we going to see him? We look forward to seeing such a talented horse in action once again.
Yeah, I have to be thankful to Judmont to leave this horse in training. I think this is the oldest horse they've ever had in training, apparently so. But he's so talented, but obviously with talent, they're a bit delicate just because he's so fast. But everything is good with him so far, and fingers crossed everything goes well, and we'll work backwards from the World Cup.
Exciting. Wish you the very best of luck with him. Good luck with your runners here. Anything you want to tell us about runners here?
Let the horses do the talking.
Bhupat, thank you. Well done so far.
Thank you.
PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award in our 5th race. We're about to find out who the winner is. We have some help in the winner's enclosure. Alongside me is a young lady celebrating her 8th birthday. Her name is Maysoon. Hi Maysoon, how are you?
Good.
How much fun are you having at Meydan tonight?
Good.
Good fun. Okay, I need one bit of information from you. Who is the best turned out horse in this race? What number?
Number 2.
Correct. Number 2, Jenelat Bright. Thank you, Maysoon. Happy birthday. And Jenelat Bright is looked after by Saeed Habib, who's receiving his prize now from Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Thank you very much to them, and best of luck to Jenelat Bright in our upcoming race. Let's have a look at some of the leading contenders for this race, and one or two shrewd judges like the chances of Galactic Star. Lupetsima, his trainer, suggesting it's best to let the horses do the talking, and he may well do that. He had some pretty good form last season, managed to beat Heart of Honor in one of his starts. Also ran in the UAE Derby on World Cup night, wasn't quite up to the challenge on that occasion. He's had the one run so far this season, and that again was behind Heart of Honor, who put him firmly in his place. But it was his first run of the season, Galactic Star. If he comes on for that, he could have a very good chance here. Horse number 4 is Royal Favour, who's trained by Simon and Ed Crisford. He's drawn in stall 1. He competed at a pretty good level last season. He was second to Heart of Honor here back in January, and then he followed that up with a good run in the UAE Guineas behind Golden Vacoma and Heart of Honor. After that, he ran behind Galactic Star, but he wasn't quite himself in that listed race. And then he finished off the season with a very comfortable win here back in March. He travelled really nicely and went comfortably clear of Poet Alton. If he's in that sort of form for his comeback run, then he must go close. He is drawn in stall number 1. Galactic Star is in 2. If Galactic Star goes forward, you could just see him slotting in behind under James Doyle, and I think he's going to be a big player tonight. Horse number 7 is Gun Carriage. He's quite a promising individual when he was trained in Ireland, and he was behind a pretty smart horse on his first run, behind Stay True at Leopardstown back in April, and then he won at Killarney on his second start. He's only had one run since then, and that came on the all-weather at Dundalk, and he's now with the Dylan Cunha team. We heard from Dylan talking earlier on about horses switching surfaces, and he was talking about this horse having a first go on dirt, but he is bred for it. He is by Gunrunner. Gunrunner was a really top-class individual stateside. He was one of the best dirt horses we've seen in the last couple of decades, and Gunrunner's progeny also doing quite well. Gun Carriage is a really interesting contender. He was an expensive purchase as a yearling, and if he is able to produce his best first time up, I wonder how close he can get to the likes of Galactic Star and Royal Favour. Really interesting race. Haven't even mentioned Nagul, who's actually just going forward now, I think. First run in a year, and of course he was a winner on that only start. Let's join Pat for the call.
Ready to run, and away we go. Underway in race number 5, and Zan Vort was best to show early. Going forward, Crown Estate, Gun Carriage, Magic Petition, Ridden with Aggression. Royal Favour and Galactic Star trying to hold inside positions as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper. So Royal Favour is going to work through to have the inside advantage. From Magic Petition, Gun Carriage now 3 wide and third. Zan Vort on a move wider from Crown Estate. Half a length back to Galactic Star from Jenelat Bright. Wider out was Home Brew, caught out on a limb. Nugul even deeper. Then came back in the field was Street Mood, and he's joined at the back with Spy Kingdom. Down the back they go here at 14.06, 10.91, 10.96. So they are going along fast enough here as they hit the bottom corner with 800 to travel. Zan Vort out by a length and a half. Royal Favour now comes off his heels and starts to improve into the race with Magic Petition, who's already under vigorous riding. Gun Carriage out deeper, tracking along well enough despite being wide the trip so far. Home Brew next from from Crown Estate. Galactic Stars drop back sharply. He'll run last at this rate. Nugul passes him. Street Mood, Genelat Bright second to last. Galactic Star last. Into the straight, Zan Vort. A length and a half, still has a similar margin as 200 metres ago to Royal Favour, who can't offer anything more. Gun Carriage next. Zan Vort still in front here for Richard Mullen. A length and a half to 2 lengths to Royal Favour and Gun Carriage, who continue to peg away. Zan Vort into the final 100 metres, getting vulnerable. Gun Carriage, Royal Favour trying hard. Zan Vort wanting to lay out. He'll do enough. Zan Vort, he's laying right out at the line. Zan Vort goes on the margin, a length at the line from Gun Carriage, Royal Favour. A gap over to Spy Kingdom, who's ended up running into 4th position. They're strung out like mum's washing coming across the line here. Quite a few have been well beaten. Street Mood next, New Ghoul, then came Home Brew, followed by Magic Petition, Genelat Bright. Crown Estate was second last, and last to greet the judge, Galactic Star. Not sure what happened there at the 500. Vet Report might tell more. Zan Vort, 138.63. Length and 3/4 there on the line. He wanted to do a little bit wrong there late as he got tired. He wanted to lay out, but he still won with plenty in hand. If he ran straight, the margin would have been 3 or 4 lengths. So a very honourable performance there. Abu Akar Kadora with a double on the program. Bupat Seema is able to pick up another winner tonight as well. And what a night the stable are having so far. Galactic Star couldn't do it for them. Zan Vort has done the job. Richard Mullen, and he picks up a win here tonight as well. 138.63, 1 3/4 by 1.5. Numbers unofficially 8, 7, 4 and 9 for those. 8, 7, 4 and 9 for those at home. In the Nikhil over 1600. Zan Vort, your winner.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear what Richie Mullen has to say about this performance from Zan Vort, who came out the stalls, went prominent, stuck out wide, and then had them all in trouble turning for home. And then he drifted over into the middle lane close home. You see he's down on the rail now, and he's got Royal Favour and Gun Carriage hard at it. And then he still wants to lean right. Richie Mullen has to get the whip out into his right hand to try and keep him going forward. But the horse is still leading out to his right in the closing stages. He was much the best considering how erratic he still was in the closing stages, leaning away from the inside rail. A fine run from Gun Carriage for the Dylan Cunha team. They've had a good night. Royal Favour has run with some promise. I think maybe stepping back up and trip will be more in his favour. Galactic Star was disappointing. He dropped right out. He's at the back there in the yellow cap. But the stable companion, Zan Vort, a horse who has shown a fair bit of promise in his light career so far. He has produced a really smart effort considering all that's gone on. Look how much he's happy to go right in the closing stages. So I wonder what his rider will make of that. Lots of promise from the horse in second, Gun Carriage, and enough from the horse in third, Royal Favour, to think that he will have chances later on in the season. I think it might have been Spy Kingdom making up a bit of ground in the closing stages. But just have a look here. Richard Mullen not entirely happy with the way his horse is leaning away in the closing stages, which is why he's got his whip in his right hand, hoping that he stays straight and going forward as much as he can. But that was a pretty smart effort in the circumstances from Zan Vort, who wins for Bupat Seema. A third winner for him on the card, and the first of the night for Richard Mullen.
And those unofficial numbers confirmed: 8, 7, 4 and 9. 8, 7, 4, 9 in the Nikhil. Zan Vort, your winner, 138.63 winner's time. 1 3/4 by 1.5. 8, 7, 4, 9, race 5.
It's time to welcome back our 5th winner of the evening following the running of the Nakheel. And your winner is a 3-year-old Chestnut Colt by Good Magic out of Mellenbrook, owned by Abu Bakr Kadura once again, ridden by Richie Mullen and trained by Bhupat Seema. Welcome back your winner, Zandvoort. Here's a man who knows where the winner's enclosure is, the winning post, Richie Mullen. Richie, now, I'd like to know what happened through that race, because I wasn't entirely certain that you were comfortable all the way through.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for, it wasn't a Philip Robinson move, I wasn't looking for better ground. It was, the lad said to me, actually, he does hang, and early on he pinged the gates and he was logging out, and I just thought, if I could get to the fence, because he didn't feel like he was feeling anything, I just thought it's in his mind, I can get to the rail, he'd be able to follow that, and I was able to, but I was still sort of in a bit of a battle with him. And then as soon as we hit the turn, he was going out, and it's very difficult, but he had momentum and he was going forward, and you know, you get flashbacks of the maestro Kieran Fallon on Night of Thunder, and I just thought, you know, and Kieran always said, when they've got momentum, you know, just go with them. And yeah, we're still learning, and even now we're nearly 50 and we're still learning.
But when he was travelling kindly, when he was doing what he wanted to do, he was happy to be down on the rail. Was it a case of, so when you turned into the straight and you started to ask him to pick up, that's when he wanted to lean over?
Yeah, but the guy said to me, you know, he's always hung, and like Tig rode him last time out at Jebel Ali, and he was slow away and he missed the kick, and he went purposely to the rail because he says one of them horses that might get you a holiday because he does hang and there's no stopping him. And yeah, he's it's the first time I've actually needed the outright to bring me back, because he was just on one rein. And yeah, but like I say, he was very willing, and there's no rhyme or reason behind it, because he like I say, he's not feeling anything. Bhupat was confident, you know, because obviously he's been running 1,000 metres. He was confident the step up and trip would suit him, and yeah, look, the stable's in great form, and I just very privileged to be picking up some nice spares.
It's extraordinary to hear from a man who's achieved all you have out here in Dubai, that you're still learning, but very well done, Richie.
I think we're still learning till the day we die, Richie.
Well said.
Correct weight in race number 5. Correct weight given for the Nakheel over the 1,600 metres, 8,749. Correct weight, Zandvoort, your winner, 138.63. Margins confirmed, 1 3/4 by 1.5. 8,749. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation following the running of our 5th race tonight here at Meydan. 5th of 9, sponsored by Nakheel, and race 5 was indeed the Nakheel. We welcome to the stage once again. He's done a sterling job tonight so far, but he's only 5/9 of the way through it. Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director, Dubai Holdings Real Estate, up onto the stage once again. And just as in our previous race, we have a winner, trained by Bupat Sima and owned by Abu Bakr Kadura. This time it is Zandvoort. He was ridden by Richie Mullen. Please welcome to the stage Adam and Ibrahim Kadura. They're representing Abu Bakr Kadura. A round of applause for the winning connections. It's been some night for them so far. 2 winners. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our next edition tonight of Faces at the Races? It's your chance to win 500 dirhams. Our cameras are roaming around the racecourse right now, trying to pick out someone with a bright, beaming smile to give you 500 dirhams. And then you'll have to make your way to gate 3 or 4 to pick up your prize. Our camera is getting closer and closer to finding a winner. All you have to do is give us your best festive smile. I think we've got one. Congratulations to that young lady. We even got a love heart as well. She is dressed for the occasion. Fabulous stuff. 500 dirhams is yours, young lady. All you have to do is head to gate 3 or 4 and pick up the 500 dirhams. Congratulations.
Welcome back to the parade, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set here for our 6th race on the card. It is the Dubai Islands for 300,000 dirham. Nice prize pool for us here. And for the runners engaged with a field of 12 to take to the track, let's head to our first horse. And the first horse is Echo Point, the son of Dabawi, Connor Beasley, Musaba Al-Maheri, doing the combining there with Mr. Nasser Asker with Echo Point here. Last start was in listed company at Abu Dhabi, beaten by Dark Trooper. So coming out of the thoroughbred, His Highness the President Cup, beaten 3.25 lengths there. Comes back to an 85 to 105 handicap and back onto the dirt here, Echo Point, having his 27th start. Number 4 is Army Ethos, a new addition to the UAE racing ranks. Has made its way across from the Gulf in Bahrain with multiple races there. 12 starts, 3 wins and 5 minor placings. Adri De Vries rides for Fauzi Nas and the victorious Forever Connections. The 4-year-old by Shalar has draws gate number 8 here for tonight's assignment. Number 5 is Amar Yatel. We welcome him back to the races. The 4-year-old son of Flame Away. For Michael Costa, Silvestre de Souza will do the riding from a middle alley. Rated 100 here. 2 wins from 4 starts. Both of those wins were early in the career in Conditions Company. 2 runs of Group 3 wasn't to be, and returns here from a break. First up for the campaign. Six is one of multiple runners here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, Salam bin Gudaya. It is Mr. St. Paul. Jose Santiago will ride with the black cap. 2 wins and 3 minors from 13 starts. Has been contesting in group company, but been off the scene for quite some time. 1,014 days between runs. Last seen here at Meydan over the mile on the 4th of March in 2023. We welcome back to the races, Mr. St. Paul. Here is Shaldero, the son of Mirandi, for Miroslav Neslenik, and Ray Dawson to ride off the rating of 95. Drawn 11 here tonight. It's going to make it a little tough, but we'll see if the horse goes well enough here on the dirt. It's an interesting change and makes a dirt debut here tonight with some all-weather runs so far in its career. Looking for its 6th win tonight at career start number 23. Quite an accomplished horse overseas. 8 is Desperate Hero, drawn 10, Bernardo Pinheiro for Salam bin Gudaya. The other one here for Connections, 94 rater here, the 5-year-old gelding by Captain Gerard. Certainly a well-bred to run well on the dirt here. His first up performance was a pass mark, to say the least. 9.4 lengths off Raba, running 4th at Jebel Ali over 1,000. Steps out in trip. 9 is Straight and Level, the son of Cantharos for NR Club LLC, and Temirbek Ismailov. Antonio Fresu rides for Bupat Seema, who's having a good night tonight. 1 win, 5 minors from 11 starts. Don't think we've seen this horse on the dirt at Meydan. If we have, it was a while ago. A lot of turf racing in recent times. 10 is Deep Hope, another for Bupat Seema. This one for Omar Esmil SH Gurga. Sandro Paiva rides the 6-year-old son of Siuni, draws well. 9 wins, 7 minors from 34 starts. Second up for the prep. We welcome Dapper Valley, another Diva Racing acquisition here to the races. 85 rater, gets in with 53 kilos here. Andy Slattery to do the riding for Bupat Seema here. Makes its dirt debut. A couple of runs on the all-weather at Kempton Park, and certainly picked up quite a few races before making its way across here through September and October of this year. Number 1 is Assad Zabil, another one returning to the races. He's had 2 separate almost, or three separate almost preparations where he's had wins in his last two starts. He's looking to make it 3 on the trot across a fair bit of time. 329 days off the scene here for Asad Zabil. Draws the ace. Richard Mullen and Musaba El Maheri combining here with our highest rated horse. He's off 105. Number 2 is Drew's Gold. Last seen running in on World Cup night. Unfortunately, his race was over pretty quickly in the Golden Shaheen after a poor getaway. Ran 11th, beaten 15.5 lengths on that occasion. Finds an easier race. And finally, 12, Roadblock, the 7-year-old gelding by Street Sense. Also 53 kilos here, 85 rater for Syed Ashish and Mrs. Hannah Rafai. Osama Rafai trains good gait. Will need to be on its best form here. A winner of a 60 to 80 class race back in the early part of the season. Has had a run since then, up in class and wasn't to be. So fit enough, but this is a tough task. That's our runners for race number 6. Runners heading out to the tunnel for out to the 1200 metre mark here. This is our 4th last event. We're into the second half of the program.
The runners are down at the start for this, our 6th race, and we're having a good look now at number 2, Drew's Gold. For the informed Bhupat Seemar team, this horse, Tiger Shays on board, has got an awkward draw in 12. Now, pretty smart horse stateside, had a bit of a layoff before he turned up at Meydan just about a year ago, at the beginning of this year, back in January. Showed a lot of promise on his very first start. After that, though, 2 subsequent runs just never really lived up to the mark. He was disappointing on Super Saturday and then on World Cup night in the Shaheen. He was with Julio Olathquaga. He's now with Bhupat Seemar. And the hope is that he'll be ready to show something like his old stateside form tonight. If he's in that sort of form, stall 12 might be a bit of a challenge, but he would be a big player. Horse number 1 is Asad Zabil, favourite in most places on the international markets. He's got a good record here in the UAE and indeed at Meydan. He's won 5 from 16 starts. I guess the real question about Asad Zabil is how effective will he be over 1,200 metres? Most of his best form has come over 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres, or indeed at a mile. So the trip is the question mark today, but he is drawn in stall 1. If he goes forward, he'd have a very big chance. Very shortly, we'll be able to tell you who the best turned out horse is in our 6th race. It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race 6, this Dubai Islands, and it's gone to horse number 6, Mr. St. Paul. He's looked after by Sikandar Ali Shah. Now, I'm in the winner's enclosure, just near where all the action is happening for the Best Turned Out Award. We're all in the festive spirit. I'm kind of like the Santa here, but I can't do it without my little helpers. And here they are. How are you boys getting on, all right?
Merry Christmas to all. Merry Christmas to all.
Lovely, lovely. Well done, everyone. You're in charge of it. But here is Sikandar, and he's handing or receiving his prize from Ali Asad, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Well done to them. Thank you very much for the support from PHI Advertising. Well done, Sikandar. Good luck to you and good luck to Mr. St. Paul in our upcoming race. Enjoy the festivities.
So last couple to come forward here. Straight and level to join the line. Drew's Gold will be the last. It is the Dubai Islands. 1,200 metres, ready to go. And away they go. Echo Point quickly into stride, working up with Ma Yatel, showing good speed, roadblock and straight and level there as well. Then came Desperate Hero. Drew's Gold jumped today, but is 5 deep down the back from Asad Zabil, 3 back the inner to its outside Dapper Valley. Then came Mr. St. Paul from Caldero, Army Ethos, and out to last was Deep Hope. Ma Yatel eventually finds the top here as we expected. 1.5 lengths to straight and level. Echo Point 3 wide and third. Dapper Valley up on the inside with Desperate Hero, Drew's Gold, and Asad Zabil heads up the rest. The rest of these are going to have to run the race of their life to win. Ma Yatel burning the dirt here up in front. A length now to Echo Point, straight and level. Dapper Valley up in behind it as well. He's getting a nice dirt debut, chewing plenty of dirt. Drew's Gold though. Drew's Gold, he's been wide the trip and he's sent straight to the front here. Drew's Gold finding lengths and lengths. This isn't the Drew's Gold we saw in the Golden Shaheen. He's burning away half a dozen
from Echo Point, straight and level. Marietel can do no more. Welcome back to the winner's circle. Drew's Gold, impressive. 6 lengths, maybe 7. From Echo Point, straight and level, 4th over Assad Zabil, couldn't get into the race. Next over Army Ethos from Desperate Hero, Marietel, he got the stitch at the 400. Dapper Valley next from Deep Hope, then came Mr. St. Paul Caldero, Roadblock. Wide the trip did not matter. 3 on the night again here for Tygo Shea. He's had a good fortnight. Drew's Gold has found lengths and lengths. 103 rate up. He's back to his best here. Bupat Seema cannot miss tonight. Gate 12, no issue whatsoever, and he has burnt them with brute pace. 1:11.68. Winner's time, 6 3/4 by a half. 2:3.91. Your unofficial numbers. Drew's Gold. Could we be seeing a return here of a very nice horse? The 5-year-old gelding by Violence, back to his best.
Well, we were worried about Drew's Gold being drawn in stall 12. In fairness, tonight he could have been drawn in 112 and he'd still have won. That was hugely impressive. He travelled through the race with ease, poise and purpose. And when Tygo Shea set him down for the drive, my goodness, he has blasted his rivals into submission. This was a seriously good performance from a potentially very exciting horse going forward from here. His first start for Bupat Seema, a very exciting one. Okay, he's come clear of Echo Point and straight and level, his stable companion back in 3rd, but they are stretched out in behind. Assad Zabil has run okay in 4th. Perhaps not his best trip, and he's a little bit outpaced in the early part of the race. But I think we've seen something very smart here tonight. It'll be interesting to find out the times and just how strongly Drew's Gold finish off this race. But my goodness, he has, as you got the intimation from Pat Comerford, that he was a horse of real talent stateside, showed a glimpse of it on his first start for Julio Olazquaga back in January. But we're seeing the real Drew's Gold tonight. That was hugely impressive, and he's thundered clear of Echo Point and straight and level. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from here, but ultimately he's an exciting recruit to add to the already burgeoning team of young sprinters or unexposed sprinters for Bupat Seema, and lots of good horses he's got. Of course, he's got Tuz, who we know how good he is. We still don't know how good this horse is going to be. Drew's Gold has bolted up tonight. It's a stellar night for Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema. 3 for Tig, 4 for Bupat.
Unofficial numbers confirmed, 2, 3, 9 and 1, 2, 3, 9 and 1. Drew's Gold, very impressive. 1:11.68 winner's time, 6 3/4 by a half. 2, 3, 9 and 1. Race 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our 6th race of the evening. We'll do well to find a more impressive winner than this tonight. He's a 5-year-old Dark Bay gelding by Violence out of Frolic's Revenge. A 3rd winner tonight for Tygo Shea. A 4th for Bupat Seema, owned by Triple R Racing. Here's a name that we'll be hearing a lot more of this season. Your winner is Drew's Gold. Well, we've enjoyed our interviews with Tiger O'Shea tonight so far. Now, I'm going to start this one by saying I think I could have ridden this one time.
Yeah, look, my first time ever riding him in a race. He had the back class. He was third to toes in the Al Shadanga last season. There was no toes in there tonight. Look, he's the stable are red hot form. You know, obviously, I have the lion's share of them, but I don't get to ride all of them. So, you know, I'm grateful for what I'm given. But it's great for his owner, Sheikh Rashid, and his family are watching on, and some of them are here tonight. So, as I said, have a winner for Sheikh Rashid and his brother tonight means a lot. They have a lot of horses with us, and as I said, the stable are red hot. I think if you put a saddle on the cat tonight, it'll probably go and win.
Well, tell me about the quality of the performance. We've seen what he's done in terms of how far he's beaten some useful horses, but you were drawn in 12. You've swept round the outside of the field and then sprinted away from them. Visually, and I know the time is 1:11.68, so it's not great, but visually that was hugely impressive. Are we wrong to get too excited about him?
Look, as I said, he was a stakes horse in the States. He had top weight tonight, which is, you know, it's not easy to do around here. As I said, my first time riding him in a race, but he impressed me. He had been missing the kick for whatever reason last season, and you know, you miss it round here, you pay the price. He winged him tonight, but I was just happy to have a sit on him and use that turn of foot that he shows us at home. So yeah, very grateful.
Could he be a Golden Shaheen horse?
We'll go step by step. He'll have to go into stakes company again, but that turn of foot is potent.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 6, the Dubai Islands. Correct weight, Drew's Gold, your winner. 2-3-9-1, your numbers. Winner's time 1:11.68. Margin 6 3/4 confirmed. 6 3/4 by a half length. Correct weight, race 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for one of our feature races of the night, the Dubai Islands, and this evening's action supported by Nakheel. We thank them for their support. They have been and they continue to be a pillar partner for Meydan Racecourse and the Dubai Racing Club. Please welcome to the stage once again Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate. He'll be making the presentation to the winning team behind one of the most impressive winners of the night, Drew's Gold. He is a horse that we will remember after tonight's impressive win, and who knows where he could go as the Dubai Carnival continues. Let's have a round of applause for the winning connections, Abdullah and Muammer Amin, representing RRR Racing. And what a night it has been for our winning trainer. Drew's Gold providing him with a 4th win so far, and he's got more to come. A round of applause for Bupat Sima. What about the man on board? He can ride them all. Purebred Arabians, Thoroughbreds, a 3rd win of the night for Tiger Shea. Well done once again to Triple R Racing, Bupat Sima, Tiger Shea, and connections of the winner of the Dubai Islands, sponsored by Nakheel, Drew's Gold.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are in the parade. Nice big field for us here. Take out the 16 in Fale. We are left with 15 runners down the straight here as we welcome back the straight 6 to Meydan for season 25-26. Let's head into the parade. Number 1 is Yotarid for Ray Dawson and Michael Costa. Spots the black cap here. Son of Shamadal making his turf debut here. Also straight racing debut on grass. He's had a couple of goes down the straight at Jebel Ali, but the green stuff under his feet here tonight, and we'll hopefully see him run really well here. 62 kilos. He's our highest rated horse off 95. Another horse who's had a few runs to warm up at Jebel Ali, where he's had good success in the past. Billy Webster also returns to the straight here at Meydan. 5 wins from 15 starts. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combined for Akaram Racing. Off 94, draws a middle alley. Number 4 is Rasas, who draws 15, a pretty unfortunate draw. We know the near side rail has been a little bit difficult over the past, so not the ideal side to be drawing, but Sky Racing saddle this horse up with Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley, also off 94 here. We'll need some luck from the draw. Five is a previous and former winner over the 6 furlongs here at Meydan. That's Vespasian, the 6-year-old by acclamation. Simon and Ed Crisford. Danny Tudhope rides for Raba Racing. Also drawn on the inferior side, but I expect him to be coming towards the middle here off the rating of 94 also, and has a good record here, track and trip. Number 6 is Ha Sim. He's run his fair share of good races here down the track. He draws the ace for this run. The 5-year-old by Fastnet Rock. Masaba El Maheri and Richard Mullen combine here. He saddles up here for his second run in the Al Lath Racing colours. Number 8 is a Transcending Glory, a new addition here to the stable of Muhammad Mardood. Ardri de Vries will ride this 4-year-old gelding by Kotai Glory. Also drawn a little sticky in 14. Number 10 is Man Shod, a 7-year-old who had his debut not long ago, and he's yet to be beaten. 2 wins at Abu Dhabi back-to-back. He makes his Meydan debut here tonight, and we wish the team the best of luck. An amazing story here. The now 8-year-old, I should say, by Animal Kingdom. And Michael Costa combines with Silvestre de Souza here, the second runner for the team here in this race. Number 11 is Open Mind, the 6-year-old gelding by Cable Bay. His last run was February 2024, over 1,400 metres here at Meydan. So he's had a little bit of time off, 665 days between runs. Oisin Orr does the riding here off the rating of 85. 12 is a horse who comes with a nice sprinting record so far, Right There, Right Now. He's only got the 1 win from the 8 starts, but done plenty of straight racing. Safi Osborne rides for Richard Spencer and Phil Cunningham, the 3-year-old gelding by Kodiak. 14 is On the Way, horse who we saw running in listed company over 1,900 metres at the back end of last season. They've gone the other way here. He's had 2 runs so far, the son of Honor AP on the dirt at Jebel Ali. Third up, tackles the grass here for his first run down the straight. 15 is Grey Tycoon. We welcome back Niels Peterson to the races here. This one for Alkayar Stuteri. Mikhail Bravo will ride with the 53.5 kilos. 2 wins and 6 minor placings from 9 starts. Has got a good record in Scandinavia, but does need to prove it here tonight up against the local company. Here's a horse we'll see as he makes his way out onto the course, and that is Columnist, who has already made his way out onto the track. Hamad Al-Jahani combines here with James Doyle for tonight's assignment here. The 3-year-old gelding by Ardard has his first run here. He's also got a nice sprinting record back home in the UK, and hopefully we'll see him run a good race here for Wathnan Racing. Best of luck to Connections. Number 2 is R. Shibley. We saw him win over 1,000 metres at the back end of last season. He strikes a relatively similar race, but better record over 5 than 6 on the turf. We'll see if he's fit enough for tonight's assignment. The 6-year-old gelding by Shamadal having his 27th race start. Number 9 is Marker Cole, the 4-year-old gelding by Star Spangled Banner. Rupat Seema looking for 5 tonight. Tiger O'Shea for 4. Off the rating of 87 here. He won down the straight over 1,000 at the back end of last season with Lorenzo Puzzulu in the saddle. Tiger O'Shea didn't ride him last prep. He jumps on board tonight and draws to the other side, the inferior side of the track, but you'd say he'd be coming down the middle of the course here. Marker Cole, he's no stranger to the straight track here at Meydan. 13 is the former Australian from Western Australia, made in Mexico. He's also drawn the widest alley in 16 for Hussein Al-Marzuki. Jules Mobian to ride at 54.5 kilograms. Has got some straight track form at Pinjarra Park in Western Australia, but nothing over 1,200 metres. So we'll see how he fares here. He's got 3 wins and 5 minors to his 14-start career so far. He's a bit of an unknown prospect, not a form line we see all too well. Runners heading to post here for race number 7. The Naya Residences, 75 to 95. We go 1,200.
Well, through the racing season in the UK, I had the pleasure of speaking to Phil Cunningham a fair few times because his horses had a fabulous time of things over in the UK, and he's brought a team of horses along with Richard Spencer to compete here at Meydan, as we know. And you've had one runner tonight, didn't go well. I think you could put a line through that. Start Me Up was going to run better than that in future. But the horse I'm really interested in, he's one of my favourites of yours, is Right Here, Right Now, who runs tonight. He was so impressive when he won first time out. Since then, how would you describe the way his career's gone?
Yeah, I think you're right, Richie. I mean, the debut run at Newmarket, it looked like he could be a bit special, and we thought that he was. We went straight to the Champagne Stakes after that, and he ran away with the jockey to the start, tried to run away with him on the way back, and Richard and the team have done a super job just trying to get him to settle after that, really. And yeah, hopefully bringing him out here, change the scenery, might be a change of luck.
Well, he ran really well at Ayr 2 starts back, didn't he, on a day that you obviously had a great success with a number of your horses?
Yeah, well, we won the gold, we won the silver, and he was targeted for the bronze. He finished 5th in the silver, and he only missed out dropping into the bronze by 1 place. So who knows, we may have done the 3.
I've seen a couple of videos of him whilst he's been prepping for this run here in Dubai, and he looks lovely and relaxed. If Safi can get him to just chill out in the early part of the race, how confident are you that he's going to play a big part tonight?
I'd hope so. Look, he's off a nice weight. He's obviously been working well here, and the team here, we're all learning. We've not been out here before, new team, new horses. So whatever we do today, I think we can only improve on.
And how much are you enjoying the experience of having runners here at Meydan on a personal level?
Well, obviously it's my first
Trust me, it does me in as well.
No, it's first trip out here. I'm going to miss next week. I'm back for Christmas. I'm out for the next 2, and I'll be out here as much as I can. So really enjoying it.
We hope to see lots more of you, and best of luck here with Right Here, Right Now.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
we come to the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Award for our 7th race tonight. This Naya Residences has gone to horse number 5, Vespasian, and he is looked after by Imtiaz Kaista. He's near the winner's enclosure now, and actually not that far away from me in the winner's enclosure is trainer Saeed bin Saror. He's just on the phone. Hi, Saeed. How are you? Little wave. He's getting ready. Good luck with Open Mind here. All the best. But here is Imtiaz. Well done, Imtiaz. Great stuff. He's got that stoic look on his face, but the smile's just come in now. And he's alongside Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Thank you to PHI Advertising and well done to Imtiaz. Good luck with Vespasian in our upcoming race. This is quite a wide open race. We have got in the best turned out horse, Vespasian, a horse who obviously has been successful here at Meydan a couple of times before. His last run at Ascot obviously disappointing, but his best form certainly puts him in with a really good chance here. He's shown ability over the course here at Meydan before. 6 furlongs is not an issue for him, although he's equally adept at 5. And he is one of the number of horses that you can give a chance to. I think you can also give a chance to the unexposed Manshot from Michael Costa's stable. He's obviously had those couple of runs. Who knows how good he could be, this 7-year-old, open to a lot more improvement. I mentioned right here, right now, if Safi Osborne can indeed get this horse to settle, I think he's got a great chance. He's the type of horse who clearly possesses a lot of ability, but as you heard from his owner, Phil Cunningham, he's also got a little bit of attitude and that he wants to get on with things quite a bit. When Pat and I were previewing the action, we spoke about a couple of horses in Al Shibli and Markakol, 2 horses that you could give a fair enough chance to. Al Shibli, you'd probably think shorter would be his bag, 5 furlongs rather than 6. But of course they know their way around here at Meydan on this straight track as well. On the international markets, there was a bit of money for Hassan from Musaba Al-Mahiri's stable and Richie Mullin. This was a horse that has had a run at Abu Dhabi. That was his first start since March. Hopefully that's put him right. And we know that Musaba Al-Mahiri's horses in general are in good form. So one more horse I'll mention is the other Michael Costa train runner, Yotared for Ray Dawson in the saddle, drawn in stall 4, has been keeping busy at Jebel Ali through last season, so comes to Meydan now for the first time. This Yotared was in really good form at Jebel Ali last season. If he's able to translate that form here to Meydan, he would be a bit of a player. Those are some of the contenders I'm rooting for right here, right now. Pat, it's all yours.
Thank you, Rishi. Loading forward here now, nice and swiftly here for the 7th race on the program. Great to have straight 6 racing back here at Meydan. It's a beautiful course to call. In recent seasons, as we know, the far side rail and down the centre has been the place to be. The rail is quite a ways out here tonight, as you can see on screen, so it wouldn't shock me to see most of these horses make their way down the middle, but those horses to the near side, I'm sure, will be getting as close to the centre as they possibly can. But it looks to be a nice competitive contest, an open contest at that. 2 horses on screen there, both with a big hope. Right there, right now, Columnist. There's Man Shod. Started his career only 2 starts ago. Debuted at 7 years old, and he's 2 from 2 already. But he heads to HQ here tonight looking for a straight 6 scalp. Columnist comes forward. Here is right there, right now. Last 2 to load forward will be R. Shibli, and on the way. And the runners will be set here. 15, we go without the 16 Fallow, our only withdrawal for the night. And we're ready to go. Ready. Under starters' orders and away.
They all got to a nice break there. Shibley the far side, clean into stride with Grey Tycoon. Then came Harsim, who's over on the far side running rail. Columnist up in the first division with Billy Webster, a length back to Vespasian. From on the way, Billy Webster, Yatarid. Rasas down the near side part of the course. Meydan Mexico's working his way up. Then came right there, right now, dropping back Man Shod, Transcending Glory. Harsim now second to last with Open Mind. Marker Cole works through to the lead at the 700 metres. The margin 3/4. Columnist second from Rasas and Vespasian. Then came Yatarid, Shibley. Meydan Mexico's getting closer, the former Australian. Next was right there, right now. On the way, Billy Webster. And best of the rest there was Harsim starting to work through. Plenty of chances. Columnist hits the lead here from Yatarid. Then came Marker Cole dropping away right there, right now. Getting warm and getting really warm. Yatarid hits the lead here by a length, but not for long. Here's right there, right now. Right there, right now. Comes to the outside of Yatarid, who's game to fight back. Right there, right now. Yatarid. Good go to the line. Photo finish. Maybe Yatarid. Yatarid from right there, right now. Maybe a nose on the line. Next over was Harsim, followed over by Transcending Glory, Columnist. Next over Meydan Mexico, a nice debut from him, followed by Open Mind. Then came next over On the Way. A few of these pulling up quite sharply. Man Shod, Grey Tycoon. Rasas next over from Vespasian, Billy Webster, and Marker Cole, one of the last ones in, along with Shibley. Yatarid, I think he's got it. Right there, right now, looked like he was going to come straight past, and Yatarid has fought back and thrown the nose out right where it counts. And he goes up in the frame. Yatarid, your winner. Yatarid, start number 5 for him with the 62 kilos here tonight, our highest rated horse, making his first race on the grass tonight. Has gone on and run incredibly well right there, right now. Looked like he was going to give him windburn at one stage coming past him. Harsim got back to second to last. He's rattled home into third. And what a start from Transcending Glory for Mohammed Mardudes. Ended up in fourth. 1:12, 6 and 8, your numbers. 1:12, 6 and 8. Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum on the board tonight with Yatarid. Winner's time, 1:10.34.
Very smart effort from Yatarid. He was in a good position, sat just off the leaders as they raced down to the 2 furlong pole, and Ray Dawson sent him on with 400 metres left to go. And he was out in front on his own for a fair bit of time, so credit to the horse, because it appeared when Right Here, Right Now came to deliver his challenge under Safi Osborne that Yatarid found just that little bit more. He just dug in. Just here, it looked as if Safi Osborne was going to go past, but in fairness to Yatarid, I think he's just found a little bit extra to see off Right Here, Right Now, who's run really well. And then in behind those, Harsim has stayed on quite nicely. There was a bit of money before the race on the international markets for Harsim. Mentioned that Musaba's horses, Musaba Al-Mahiri's horses have been running quite well. Well, he has run a fine race. But interestingly enough, he was drawn in stall 1, Harsim, and he ended up racing out towards the near side, centre to near side in the closing stages. They shunned the far rail, the majority of horses, with the exception of just one of them. I think it was Transcending Glory was the only one to stave over on that far side. It is Transcending Glory. Oh no, sorry, apologies. Grey Tycoon on that far side was the only horse to race towards that far side raid. But down the centre of the track, Yatarid under Ray Dawson sent on for home. Credit to him, though, that when the runner-up Right Here, Right Now comes to challenge, he finds a bit more. Look at his attitude in the closing stages, really willing, and he has seen off the Richard Spencer, Phil Cunningham, Safi Osborne horse in second, Hassan third, Transcending Glory in the end, finished back in fourth, Open Mind fifth. But that's a smart performance under top weight for Yatarid.
Results here for the 7th race, the Naya Residences. 1:12, 6 and 8. 1:12, 6 and 8. Yatarid, your winner, 1:10.34. The margin ahead. He's got out to win by a real nice margin there in the end. Ahead by 1.5. The unofficial margins there. 1:12, 6 and 8. Race 7.
Time to welcome back the winner of race 7, a 5-year-old brown gelding by Shamadal out of Hadatha. owned by His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, ridden by Ray Dawson, trained by Michael Costa. It is Yutared! Richie Mullen just going past and congratulated Ray Dawson as he was coming back, and I was saying, the one question I wanted to ask Ray is that I thought when the runner-up has come to challenge you, I thought Safi Osman was sweep by.
Yeah, I mean, my lads, he's still pretty inexperienced, you know. He's got a very good record. I mean, 62 kilos in competitive racing like this, it's not often they win. So he was very good on the day. First time on the turf, he was still finding his feet early doors. And in fairness, when the horse came to him, he was always going to stay in front.
He looked like he got to the front soon enough for you, and then he was, not that he was gazing around, but he just looked like he wanted a bit of company.
Exactly, like, yeah, as I said, he was finding his feet during the race, and he kind of got there without me really wanting to be there that soon, because he was kind of a little bit off the bridle, and he went to go left, and then I pulled my stick through, and then he went right, and he was just looking for company. Look, he's got a great record, but he's still inexperienced, and look, he's shown a real fighting attitude there, and I'm delighted for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed and Michael and the whole team.
To win a race like this, top weight, this time of the season, with that little bit of experience on the turf, what sort of level do you think he's ready for next?
As I said, it's rare they win in these type of handicaps off of 62, especially after having a bit of time off and needing the run. So look, he's obviously enlisted level, and I'll leave that to the team and Michael and everybody else. I'm just grateful to be getting on their back on the night.
Well done, Ray.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Naya Residences. Correct weight, race 7, 112, 6 and 8. 112, 6 and 8. Yutared, your winner, 110, 3-4. Winner's time, margins ahead by 1.5. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our 7th race of the night, the Naya Residences. And this race, of course, supported by Nakheel, as is our entire 9-race card here. Our thanks go to Nakheel. And our thanks as well to a real hero of the night. He's making his presentation for the 7th time. Please welcome once again, Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director, Dubai Holdings Real Estate, who'll be presenting to the winning trainer, Michael Costa, representing the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, after a fine ride from Ray Dawson aboard the winner of the Naya Residences, Utarded. Well, Nakheel have sponsored all tonight's 9 races, and we've come to the penultimate one, the Como Residences, and the horses are just about getting ready to head out. Have a look at horse number 2 with the red hood on. He is the horse that most people think is the one who will take all the beating here, and that is Devon Island. Now, he's had 2 runs in his life. The first of those came at Kempton in the UK back in September, when he was second behind potentially a very smart horse called Item for Juddmonte. And then after that run, he was off till he came here to the UAE, and he made his dirt debut last month under James Doyle, who's back in the saddle tonight, and he was very impressive, beating Brotherly Love, who's in opposition once again. And of course, Devon Island is trained by Charlie Appleby. He'll represent the Godolphin team. As we said, James Doyle is on board. And Devon Island is potentially one of the horses that could be competing in some very good races on the dirt for the Appleby Godolphin team. It's been a while since they've had a really good recruit. There was one time when Rebels Romance was actually their sort of dirt horse, had been considered for a dirt campaign in the States, but that all went to pot and he ended up back on turf. But this horse, he's got a dirt pedigree. He's by Practical Joke out of a Canadian frontier mare, so it would be expected that he could go on this surface, and he showed that last time. Have a quick look at some of the others behind him. Tail Gunner Joe, number 3 for the Dylan Cunha team. Have had a very good night. They've had a winner and a placed runner from their 2 contenders so far. And then behind that is horse number 4, Brotherly Love, who we also mentioned in the context of Devon Island. He was behind Devon Island on that occasion. It's possible he will get a bit closer because he's only had the 2 runs as well. One was in Kempton in October, and then he stepped forward from that with a good run behind Devon Island last time. Safi Osborne, who's gone close a couple of times tonight, hasn't quite managed to get on the score sheet just yet. And then the last couple coming from here, horse number 7, who is Petite for Bupat Sima. What a night he's had. This is a newcomer by Independence Hall. And the final one, oh no, there are a couple more here. Horse number 1, Don Pelicano for Julio Olazquaga, winner of his only start in South America. And then horse number 5 will be the penultimate one. That's Kaido for Salim bin Gadai. He's only had that one run at Jebel Ali last month. And then the last horse to leave here, just coming to our left in a second, will be another newcomer from the Bupat Sima team. This is Rashwan, a son of Gunrunner out of a US Ranger mare. These connections have had a very good night so far. Of course, Tiger Shea, Bupat Sima, and the Triple R Racing, Drew's Gold, perhaps their arguably the most impressive winner of the night. So the runners heading down into the paddock from the pre-parade ring for our penultimate race of the night here at Meydan.
Race number 8 on the program. Our penultimate event is the Como Residences, a conditions event here for 210,000. And we head into the parade here for our 8th and second last race for the night. Number 1 is our first horse, the 3-year-old colt by Midshipman. It is Don Pelicano. Silvestre de Souza rides for Julio Olajuara and Haras Baje du Sol. 1 start, 1 win in Uruguay. That was at Marinas on the dirt over 1,400 metres. Former Meydan jockey Jose de Silva on board that day. That was back on the 21st of June 2025. And he makes his UAE debut. Number 2 is a Devon Island, the 2-year-old colt by Practical Joke, an impressive maiden winner in his Meydan debut to go on and score by nearly 5 lengths on that occasion. James Doyle stays on board for Charlie Appleby. He is off the rating of 92 and draws well in 3. Dylan Cunha has got Tail Gunner Joe, the 2-year-old colt by Nix Go for Ridgeview Stud. Antonio Fresu to do the riding off the rating of 85. He's had the 4 runs for 1 win. And that win came in a maiden at Catterick back in July of this year. He's had 2 runs since then at Haydock and Newmarket. And he makes his dirt debut here tonight. He's had the 4 runs on turf so far. Here is the horse that ran second to Devon Island last start, Brotherly Love, the two-year-old colt by Zeus Star for Jim and Claire Limited, Jamie Osborne and Safi Osborne combined. 55.5 kilos here off the rating of 84. You'd say he'll improve with the performance here and the run under the belt here on the dirt, and seems to be presented in fabulous order here for his second up run for his UAE campaign. 5 is Kaido. He's had a Jebel Ali run on the 29th of November. He was fourth on that occasion behind Duke of Imarton by 5.8 lengths. He ran fourth on that occasion. He has his first run here under the lights at Meydan. Number 7 is Petite. He comes into this race on debut. A nice trial at Meydan here, over 1,000 metres on the dirt. So he's seen the track. He's also trained here. Bupat Seema does the training here. And one ride tonight for Mikhail Barcelona, who's made his way back from Hong Kong after the International Jockeys Championship on Wednesday night. He comes to Meydan for the one ride for a Curie Amazing team. The two-year-old colt by Independence Hall on debut. Number 8 is another for Bupat Seema and Triple R Racing. They're also looking for a double R Connections. Tiger Shea rides Rashwan, the two-year-old colt by Gun Run. He's drawn a little wide in 10, but certainly has performed enough to say that he should be forward for a strong debut. Number 9 is Stormy State. He's also kicked off his campaign and career at Jebel Ali. He heads to Meydan for the first time here at career start number 2. Was down the track on debut and would need to improve to figure here. Number 10 is Tai Hung Pegasus for Charlie Fellows from MF Tung and Jay Kung. Ardrey DeVries rides off the rating of 71 here, off 55.5 kilos. He's had the 2 runs at Yarmouth and also Bath in maiden and a novice company, respectively. Run a hole on both occasions, so yet to miss the top 3. We'll see how he fares here tonight. His first run on the dirt. So Naeem is the only horse we still have to look at. He will be out here very shortly, I'm sure, coming out of the same race as Devon Island. But we'll see him very shortly here. Nevertheless, oh, there he is there. Naeem, 2-year-old colt by Flatter for the stables of King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. Bupat Seema with another runner in the race here. Richard Mullen to ride. He's having his third start here on the dirt at Meydan, with a second and a fourth to his name so far. That's our runners. They'll head to the tunnel shortly. Our final dirt race of the night, about to get underway.
Well, there are a couple of very familiar faces to you at Meydan now. Jim and Claire Bryce, of course. We saw the colours carried to victory by Heart of Honour just recently, and you were in really emotional responses to that.
I didn't cry. It was Claire who didn't cry.
Yeah, it was lovely to see.
I was happy though.
Now, you've got brotherly love running here in this upcoming race. What has your trainer told you about your chances today?
Oh dear,
what has he said? He says, well, we've obviously got £3 better off than we were last time we raced the Godolphin horse, and we think he should have come on a bit. So we're cautiously hoping to at least be closer than we were last time.
That sounds like a form student racing analysis.
Well, I am thinking of becoming a trainer one day, so I'm just getting my excuses in now, you see.
It comes out of the book, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's always a book of reasons and excuses.
Yeah, but we don't need to make them though.
No.
I like the fact that you started off to saying it was a book of reasons and then went to excuses.
Yeah. And do it the right way round.
So has your trainer filled you ultimately with confidence that you could get closer at least to Devon Island?
It's sort of looking like not.
We hope we'll be closer, and we kind of hope that when we get onto the slightly longer trips that maybe the Godolphin horse won't be so game for that. Maybe it'll stick at a mile, whereas I'm almost certain we'll be going over longer. So,
well,
you know, it's not all about tonight, although it would be bloody nice to do well.
Well, it's so lovely to hear you say what your trainer's almost said verbatim. And in fact, the trainer's actually been here filming it. If we turn over, he's not only a trainer, but he's also a social media expert now. This will end up on every single thing. Yes, best of luck, Jamie. Best of luck, Jim and Claire. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a closer look at some of the runners in our penultimate race of the night, the Como Residences. And of course, the horse of main focus is Devon Island, the son of Practical Joke, who made quite an impression on his first run on the dirt and his first run at Meydan when he dismissed Brotherly Love here last month. Now, I say dismissed, everything seemed to work in his favour on that occasion, but also he picked up in really good style. But of course, Brotherly Love, like Devon Island, was only having his second career start, and it's hard to be too adamant just where these horses stand after such light campaigns and at this burgeoning stage of their career. The likelihood is that both horses are on an upward curve, so you can't be too adamant that Devon Island will confirm his superiority in quite the same manner. It's possible. He may well be improving, but it's hard to be certain that that's exactly what's going to happen. He's an interesting newcomer. This is Rashwan, and we've been talking about the form of Bhupat Seemar stable and indeed Tiger Shea. Bhupat's had 4 winners so far. Tiger Shea's had 3. This Gunrunner colt cost $400,000 early this year, and of course a stable in form. He's got a lovely pedigree, and just I saw him going round in the paddock just very briefly in the pre-parade ring. He looked in really good shape. I think he's a horse I'm going to keep a very close eye on tonight, just to see how good Rashwan is on his first competitive start. We are just moments away, actually, from the Best Turned Out award for our penultimate race. And the Best Turned Out award is kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. Their CEO, Ali Essa, is currently in the winner's enclosure with the man responsible for the Best Turned Out in this race, Tail Gunner Joe, horse number 3. He's looked after by Shabir Ali, and Shabir Ali is receiving his prize right now from Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Thank you very much to them for their generous sponsorship of the Best Turned Out award, and best of luck to Tail Gunner Joe for the Dylan Cunha team, and well done Shabir Ali. Loading up process well and truly underway. Tail Gunner Joe did manage to win in the UK at Catterick. He's now obviously having his first start here on the dirt, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. But as you heard from his trainer Dylan Cunha earlier on tonight, whose horses have run really well, he has got a pedigree for the dirt. So let's see how it all goes. Also worth bearing in mind, Mikel Barcelona is here for one ride tonight, Petit, for Bhupat Seemar. Let's head up to the commentary box for the penultimate race and to Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah, that'll be a nice little hit-run mission for Mikhail if he was able to pick up a winner here at Meydan on the way home from Hong Kong. And he jumps on board this one here for a Kuri Zing team. Good hand of runners here, Bhupat Seemar, as he hunts for 5. And Rashwan will be the last one to link in and will be set here for the Como Residences Conditions event. All eyes on Devon Island. Away now. Devon Island was best out, if any. Out wider, good speed from Tail Gunner Joe. Rashwan works across from the deep, showing good speed. We saw this earlier on with a Triple R horse as well. They want the lead and they want it bad. Kato was next from Naeem. A gap back to Don Pelicano. 3 or 4 lengths back to the second division, led up by Petite. Then came Taihang Pegasus, Brotherly Love, and Stormy State is the last one. 1,100 metres left to go, and they have clocked early at 13.81 and 10.80 as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. And it's Tail Gunner Joe who leads a half length. Rashwan in second. Third and a little deeper was Kato, flushed out because James Doyle doesn't want the fence. He wants to sit right on Rashwan's back here in fourth with Devon Island. That allows Don Pelicano room to breathe on the inside. Half a length to Naeem, 2.5 to Brotherly Love worked upon. Petite's going backwards. Taihang Pegasus was next, and Stormy State has seen them the entire way through the race. Pace has been genuine enough here, and they're starting to really press along up in front. Tail Gunner Joe up on the outside. Rashwan, Devon Island plotting a path off the fence and gets his run for the Doiler. Up in behind there was
Kaido. Then came up on the inside Tai-Hung Pegasus from Don Palicano. It's Devon Island though. Devon Island found lengths very quickly there, puts it to bed. 2 or 3 lengths from Rashwan, Tail Gunner Joe, Naeem and Brotherly Love from the back. But penalty or no penalty, Devon Island is going to come away here. He's a nice horse on the rise, and Devon Island goes on to win once again. 3.5, Brotherly Love. He got closer this time around. He's going to peg away start by start. Nice run again from him. Naeem third from Rashwan. Then came Tai-Hung Pegasus. Next over there on the outside was Don Palicano, who showed some good inroads late. Tail Gunner Joe got tired with Kado. The last 2 home, Petite and Stormy State. Devon Island, 2-year-old by Practical Joke. He's done it again. And really nice run by and ride by James Doyle. Just found the back of the horses who wanted to go very fast up in front, plotted the path off, and seemed to be pretty unimpeded there as he plotted his course off and had a good run at them and went through the gears, showing good signs of a horse who's continuing start by start to learn what it's all about. And Devon Island goes on to win by 3.5. Winner's time on the board, 1:40.20. 3.5 by 1 1/4. Your numbers unofficially, 2-4-6-8. Who do we appreciate? Devon Island.
Well, we appreciate Devon Island, Pat. We appreciate another smart effort from this son of Practical Joke, who's now 2 from 2 here at Meydan and 2 from 2 on the dirt. He just got a little bump from Rashwan, who was a bit erratic in the closing stages, but he was getting a little bit tired. He and Tail Gunner Joe locked horns early on. He's actually run okay, Rashwan, but this son of Practical Joke, Devon Island, has bolted away once again. He's come clear. Brotherly Love has stayed on from an uncompromising position early on, but he's run well again. He's a horse of promise, and Naeem back in third. But they went pretty good speedy fractions in the early part of the race, and that left the likes of Rashwan and Tail Gunner Joe vulnerable in the closing stages. So Rashwan has done well to finish 4th. But once again, Devon Island and Brotherly Love have filled the first 2 positions as they did when they met last time out. Devon Island, he has arguably progressed since that win, and it'll be interesting to hear James Doyle's take. Of course, James was aboard Devon Island when he won last time out, so he can give us an even better idea as to just whether or not this horse has made physical and mental progression from that win here last month. I think Brotherly Love is also going forward quite nicely. These 2 horses will have a fair part to play in some better races as this year's Dubai Racing Carnival unfolds. But it's a win for Charlie Appleby, James Doyle and Godolphin, courtesy of Devon Island. It's time to welcome back the winner of our penultimate race, race number 8, the Como Residences, part of the 9 race card supported by Nikhil. Your winner is a 2-year-old Bay Colt by Practical Joke out of Untraveled, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, ridden by James Doyle. He's now unbeaten here at Meydan and on the dirt. It is Devon Island. He's a popular man, James Doyle, having to stop for a load of selfies in the winner's enclosure after the race, walking past Safi Osborne. James, I'd like to get your impression of this horse and the difference between the one that you rode when he won here on his first start at Meydan and tonight.
Well, I guess he had a slightly, well, a bit more than slightly, more economical trip. The last day I was drawn out wide and I was 5 wide most of the trip, whereas today, drawn nice and low in 3. I was able to just slide up behind the 2 leaders, and we were able to teach him a little bit more tonight. Obviously, it's a question mark when they get a bit of sand in their face, and whilst he didn't get truckloads of it, he got enough to suggest that he faced it well enough.
And obviously, when you look at a horse like him, with his pedigree connections, he's won twice here, we're thinking of all sorts of races. Distance-wise, what sort of distance do you think he could get?
Well, he feels like a galloper, so 10 furlongs round here shouldn't be a problem to him.
So could you see him coming back for the big one? Maybe something like the UAE Derby? Is that the sort of course of action he could go?
Yeah, he'll have a few stepping stones between now and the big night, but I would imagine that would be his logical target if the next few stepping stones go according to plan. And he does need to keep improving. You know, these are conditions race tonight. He carried a bit more weight than the others, but he still does need to keep progressing.
And if he was to improve, which area do you think he'd find most in, mental or physical?
I think mentally more than anything. He's a big raw baby, and when he first got a bit of sand, he was a little bit unsure, and he swapped leads a little bit when I didn't need him to. So he's got plenty of things to do mentally to really switch on. But I believe he will. He did feel like a different type to the horse I rode the first time.
Well done, James. Thank you.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given in the 8th event, the Como Residences. Correct weight 2468. Devon Island, your winner, 140.20. 3 1/4 by 1 length. Your official margins 2468. Devon Island, your winner. Correct weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the penultimate presentation of the evening. This 9-race card, supported by Nakheel. Our penultimate race, race 8, was the Como Residences, and we welcome to the stage Brett Stevenson once again, Executive Marketing Director, Dubai Holdings Real Estate, to make the presentation to the connections with Devon Island. He is now 2 from 2. He is unbeaten here at Meydan and on the dirt. He's exciting horse to go forward for Charlie Appleby, James Doyle, and the Godolphin team, represented tonight by Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi. Meydan, are you ready for one more edition of Faces at the Races? This is the last chance to win 500 dirhams, going home with 500 big ones in your pocket tonight. Now our cameras are in and amongst the crowds lining this race course, and we are looking for one big, beautiful, beaming smile so that you can take away that prize of 500 dirhams. And if you can, then you've got to find your way to gate 3 or 4. That's part of the competition. But any minute now, our camera will find the winner. Where is it? Where is that smile? Oh, there. A bit young, but there it is. Yes, congratulations, well done. That whole family, yes, you 3 have won 500 dirhams. Congratulations, literally Faces at the Races. Well done, 500 dirhams coming your way. All you've got to do now is make your way to gate 3 or 4, pick up your prize and enjoy 500 dirhams for the festive period. Hope you enjoy it.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set here for the final race of the evening. Back to the 1,800 metres on turf. For 190,000, it's our 75 to 95 handicap Division 2 event. It's the Palm Jumeirah. 114,000 to the winner. 14 runners. And we head to our first horse. First horse is number 2, Lana Cash. Another three-pronged attack here for Shadwell. Lana Cash, the first horse we have a look at, the 7-year-old gelding by Cable Bay. Chantel Sutherland does the riding here for Bupat Seema. Draws the ace, 3-time winner from 21 starts with another 5 minor placings as well. Has had the one run this season, running 4th, beaten a length and a half roundabouts to Mountbatten. That was at Abu Dhabi over 1,400 metres. Number 3 is Sean. We welcome him back, and isn't he looking an absolute picture here? Jamie Osborne and Safi Osborne combine, spotting some new colours this year with the owners Osmac. 61.5 kilos, 94 rater, a 7-time winner from 43 starts. He's a stalwart here of racing in Dubai, and it's always good to see the son of Acceleration back here. Four is Don Vaccaro, 4-year-old colt by El Carano for Sky Racing. Julio Olajuara and Ray Dawson combine here. 61 kilos it carries, 2 wins and 2 seconds from the 9 starts so far. Has had that one run, running 4th behind El Raed at Jebel Ali first up. Number 5 is a Sisyphean. George Wood rides for Richard Spencer and Phil Cunningham. Their final runner for the night here. 2 wins and 3 seconds from 13 starts. Drawn a little wide, but has got some okay form. The run back in July at York over 1,500 metres. Ran second on that occasion there. Beaten about a quarter of a length. So has got some nice enough form. Just needs a little luck from the gate that it's drawn. 6 is a Hester Barrow. Ismail Muhammad trains and owns. Sandro Paiva to do the riding. Seems to be the jockey who's got the best out of this horse over the journey. 2,000 metres at Meydan on turf 2 starts ago. That was in January. He was able to run a solid enough race there behind Asasi. Knows this horse, knows this track and distance quite well. And his first run up at Sharjah should be a nice little fitness booster for him, where certainly there wasn't many things going right for him in that race. Back onto a preferred surface. Number 7 looks the horse to beat on paper. Mothercombe, the 3-year-old gelding by Gaiath. Charlie Appleby trains for Godolphin. Billy Lofnan does the riding here. He's waited around till the last race here to climb aboard this international market favourite. A novice winner. Billy riding on that occasion there to win that over 2,000 metres. Looks a nice form race heading into this. He's been freshened up and looks the horse to beat on paper. Number 8 is Marcoon, the 4-year-old gelding by Kingman. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs spots the black cap here. 2 wins from 6 starts. He is at the one run this preparation, running 11th there at Abu Dhabi over 1,400 metres. He needs more ground, and he gets it tonight. Number 9 is DeLorean. He's been a bit of a stalwart around the racing ranks here for a number of years now. The 6-year-old gelding by Time Test. Connor Beasley rides for Ahmed bin Hamish, draws well in 2. And hopefully we see him running really well here. He's 3rd up and back to the turf, where he's done his best work in recent seasons. 10 is Adar Miss, the son of Mendelssohn. Michael Costa looking for a late double on the program. Silvestre de Souza does the riding here. This horse, a debutante winner at Abu Dhabi on the turf. Has run 4th in listed company here at Meydan over the journey. 2nd up here, had a first run at Meydan on the dirt for the preparation, ran 5th behind Heart of Honour. Back onto the turf where he's done his better work so far in his career.
Ali Al Badwawi saddles up Tarfrige here for Shadwell. The son of Shamadal spots the red cap. Mirzabek Kapushev does the riding. 2 wins and 5 minors from 15 starts. He's had no runs this preparation yet. So stepping out first up, certainly will need the run, and he's drawn the car park as well. Olympic Candle, the 12, spots the white cap here for Godolphin. Syed bin Saror trains Ardri de Vries to ride off the rating of 83 here. Draws a nice gate in 3. He had the 1 run over in the UK at Kempton. That was on the 1st of October. He won on that occasion. So returning here, a last start winner, and hopefully he can pick up a nice win here, or at least put in a good performance for this last race. The son of Profitable having career start 14. 13 is Poster Paint for Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea combined, 82 rater. 2 wins and 6 minors from 29 starts. He's had 2 runs this preparation, running second to Deciduous on the dirt over 1950 at Jebel Ali last start. But makes a return here. Last time on the turf at Meydan, ran a really nice third behind Cosmic Desert over this track and trip. 14 is Fiction Maker. Ahmed Al-Shamaili, Jules Mobian to ride, 53.5 kilograms, a third from his 4th starts to date. He has yet to run at Meydan, so this is a first for him. And the last horse is a Native American, as you can see here, getting very, very keen on his way out to the gates here. He was let out a bit early, and the 4-year-old gelding by Sioux Nation is certainly burning a fair bit of petrol here on the way round to the gates for Wathnan Racing. Hamad Al-Jahani, James Doyle looking to pick up the last 2 races of the night. 62 kilos and off the rating of 95, but that wasn't ideal signs to be seeing heading around to the gates for a horse especially who is has first up off a bit of a spell, but he seems to have been settled now and he's on his way to the barriers. That's a look at our horses here for the 9th and final race, our Division 2 event over the 1800 on turf. An absolute cracker to finish the card.
Well, alongside me is a trainer who came very close to having a winner tonight with Right Here, Right Now. It's Richard Spencer. Richard, I'll start with him. I was heartbroken because I love that horse and I thought he ran a really good race. I guess the most important thing is, for you, encouraging thing is that he settled really well today.
Yeah, no, he's done something slightly different with him being over here. He's relaxed and enjoying his work, so the team have done a great job with him.
Any idea where he might run next or how long it'll be between now and his next run?
I think we'll probably be back here for the new year and he'll run plenty, hopefully.
Lovely. Well, we'll see him then. Sisyphean, quite a smart horse for his previous connections. How long have you had him? What have you learnt about him since you got him at the Horses and Training Centre?
Yeah, he's relatively new to us. Shows a good bit of ability at home, so hopefully he can run well.
In terms of conditions and the way he raced, he seemed pretty versatile back in the UK.
Yeah, no, definitely. He likes to be prominent, but we've got a wide draw tonight, so down to George to try and get in as best as he can, and we'll leave it to him.
Fingers crossed, and well done with Right Here, Right Now, and good luck here with Sisyphean.
Cheers, Richie. Thank you.
It's time for our final PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening. And in our last race, it has gone to number 5, Sisyphean, who's looked after by Chatar Singh. And where is Chatar right now? Well, he is in the winner's enclosure. My goodness, alongside the CEO of PHI Advertising, Aliesa. Our thanks, deepest thanks to PHI Advertising for their support tonight. And Chatar Singh, we are looking at you, my friend. Good luck with Sisyphean in the last. Do we get a thumbs up for Sisyphean? Just about from Chatar. Well, not much time before the final race gets underway, but let's pick out a few. I mean, we've spoken about Sisyphean with Richard Spencer. We've seen that he's got the Best Turned Out award. He's certainly got some good form. His run at York back in July behind Ramuz is really good form in the context of this race. He slightly lost his way a little bit to the back end of the season, but with new connections, he may have been revitalized, and if he can overcome that wide draw, then he's got a big chance. But of course, the horse to beat is Mothcombe, based on the fact that he's only had the 2 starts. He represents Charlie Appleby, Godolphin. Billy Loughnane's taken the ride here, and he beat a good horse in the UK in Warrant Holder. Warrant Holder went on to win on the all-weather 2 starts later and won a fairly competitive handicap on that occasion, and Mothcombe's got much more to come. So those are 2 horses with an obvious chance in the final race, and always a mention to good old Sean. He is a standing dish here at Meydan. Hasn't always had the breaks, but you know that he's a reliable enough character that if he gets them, he's going to be in with a shot at the title. And who knows, maybe tonight's the night. His poor rider, Safi Osborne, has come so close tonight to bagging a winner here at Meydan. Maybe this will be it. The stars might align for Sean in this, the finale. Loading up process well underway. So for the final time, let's head up to the Rebel MC, Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah, look, we've all got a loyal Sean in our life, don't we? He is as honest as the day is long here, Sean, and we'll hopefully see him run a good race here. He does give them a start. He needs a bit of the luck to come his way here in the final part of the race. Olympic Candle will be the last one to come up. One of 2 runners here for Godolphin. And the blue cap Mothcombe going around a short quote on the international market. For Billy Loughnane, ready to go. Oh, Mothcombe has stood there in the gates. He's head back to last here in the early part of the race. Sisyphean was out fast, going forward with DeLorean, Native American, poster paint up there also. Pace is good. Then came Marcoon in behind them, who's tracking the leader and starting to improve up there. From Lana Cash, half a length back Don Vaccaro. A length and a half Olympic Candle from Fiction Maker. Then came a Hestabero. On the inside there, the international market elect Mothcombe, 4th to last from Tarfrige. Then came Sean and Darmis as last. Poster paint leads them past the 1,200 metres. 14.32, 11.45. Tygo Shea tries to back it off a shade now. A length and a tail in advance of Sisyphean. A length back on the inside to DeLorean from Native American, who's got the 1-1. Up on the inside, 3 back the inner was Lana Cash. His outside was Marcoon from Fiction Maker. Then came Don Vaccaro, Olympic Candle, a Hestabero. Half a length to Mothcombe. Then came Sean, who's improved up 1. Tarfrige up to 2nd to last now, and Darmis has seen them all. Poster paint leads them down the side here. A length and a half to Sisyphean. Then came on the inside, getting a good run, DeLorean, Native American 3 wide. In behind them was Marcoon. He's had almost the run of the race as well from Fiction Maker, Lana Cash the rail. Next was Tarfrige on a wide move around them. Mothcombe tracking outwards now to the centre of the course from Don Vaccaro, Olympic Candle. Then came a Hestabero, poster paint up in front, but he's got company now. Native American working through the inside, DeLorean. Mothcombe down the centre of the course along with Lana Cash. It's DeLorean from Native American. Mothcombe trying to get there, but I don't think he will at the moment. Native American and DeLorean giving a sight from the front here as they come to the post. Mothcombe late is trying with a dive. Native American the middle in a 4-way go. DeLorean in a photo for 2nd with Mothcombe. Then came Lana Cash 4th. Olympic Candle next over from Poster Paint Darmis. Next over Sean from Sisyphean. Following them there was Fiction Maker from Tarfrige, Hestabero. And the last 2 to head home were Don Vaccaro along with Marcoon. Native American
wanted to do everything wrong there on the way round to the gates. And he has stuck the neck out where it counts here. Mothercombe getting awfully close. And at the end of the day, I don't even think he's ended up running second. Lanakash has thrown a dive in there as well. Photos for second, third and fourth here. We'll leave that one to the judge. Yeah, Lanakash, I think, might have run second here. Native American has done very well there. James Doyle picks up the last two for the evening and has defied the wide draw to go on and win here. 150.77 winner's time unofficially. One beats home the two, one from the two and a photo. We await for the rest of the numbers, but Wathnan Racing take the last with the toppy, Native American.
Well, if you look back at the race from the start, Mothcombe's chances all but went in the first 25, 30 yards as he missed the kick. Billy Loughnane, to his credit, didn't panic and he let him find his stride down on the inside rail. Sean was also held up, didn't get the cleanest of runs again. But in the meantime, out in front, Poster Paint and Tygo Shea were the ones who went off. Sisyphean also sat in just behind them. And then DeLorean down on the inside has had every chance. He had the noseband and the wide cap. To his outside, Native American about to be unleashed, and you heard from Pat beforehand, he wasn't the best behaved on his way down to the start, but much more tractable in the race itself. But all the while, Mothcombe's making ground on the outside. I think it's fair to say Mothcombe's probably a galloper more than a quickener. So the circumstances of the race not suiting him, but I think he's a horse who will find a bit more improvement as time goes on. But Native American just enough in front. Lanakash has run a fine race with Bhupat Seema, Chantal Sutherland on board. Lanakash has always been a horse of ability back in the day when he was trained in the UK by Roger Farron. Just had to look for a little bit of room here at trying to angle out in between horses, and in fairness, he's stuck on really well. I think Mothcombe, in a more conventionally run race, will be able to show much more of his quality, but they didn't go that fast early on. Poster Paint and Tygo Shea just stacking them up through the early stages of the race. But James Doyle has had a very good finish to the end of the evening, winning on Devon Island for the Godolphin team and then denying both Godolphin and Shadwell in this final race. A wide enough draw in stall 12 for Hamad Al Jahani and Wathnan Racing. Native American takes the finale under top weight.
So unofficial numbers at the moment, 1 from 2. The margin there for the winning result, a neck, but still no sign of a result for third and fourth. A photo finish between Devon Island wider out and DeLorean to the rail. So yet to find out a result there for third and fourth. Nevertheless, no doubts with your winner, Native American. And Native American is going to go on and win there. Now the numbers have come through, 1, 2, 7, 9, so the margin was a nose towards Mothcombe. So Mothcombe has ended up in the top 3, 1, 2, 7 and 9, but a tight result there for third, going down to it by a nose. 1, 2, 7, 9, Native American, your unofficial winner in the Palm Jumeirah over the 1800 metres, our last event.
Welcoming back the winner, James Doyle, the winning rider, getting a round of applause, owned by Wathnan Racing, trained by Hamad Al Jahani. Your final winner of the night is Native American. James Doyle just about to weigh in. Chantal Sutherland walking past. Well done after that ride on Lanakash. James, different style of victory this time, and also a little bit more awkward in the build-up to the race.
Yeah, a few anxious moments going to post. Yeah, he set off like his tail was on fire, and the brakes didn't seem to work too much, but we managed to get him under control in the end. And look, Hamad and his team said he was in great order. That's why they were keen to run him, even though he had top weight. And you can see there he's a high-quality horse on his day, and we've probably knocked his attitude. Well, we've more than called him a few names in the past, but it's hard to call him any names after that. They all queued up, had a crack at him, and he kept finding.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing about him tonight, was that even though he behaved the way he did on the way down to post, he has overcome a wide draw. And in the race itself, he's shown a really positive attitude.
Yeah, he actually ran very well last year here from a bad gate, but he completely missed the break that night. So we were keen to get him out, even though we were drawn wide, and we obviously forfeited a bit of ground. I was 3 wide the trip, but he seemed to enjoy it, and he travelled through the race very smoothly. Down inside the 2, I was still on the bridle, and we let him go, and he kept finding.
And I always enjoy it when riders come back in with a big smile on their face and the crowd are getting quite excited. Did you see some familiar faces near the winners' enclosure?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're a small team over here, Hamid Al-Jahani and Wathnan, Tommy, and all the guys do a great job, and it's good to see they've all turned out to watch. You know, this fella, he was a fairly big price, so he wasn't really expected to win, but it just shows the guys are all a big team. They're still here tonight to watch him, and that was the reception he got.
Well done.
Thanks.
Correct weight in the last here. Correct weight, 1.279. Native American, your winner, 150.77. Margins a neck by a short head, 1.279. Correct weight in the last.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final presentation on tonight's 9 race cards, supported by Nikhil. And we welcome up to the stage, after his marathon effort tonight, Brett Stevenson, the Executive Marketing Director for Dubai Holdings Real Estate. He'll be running a marathon at some point later on, and he'll be fine, because he has put up a sterling effort tonight in making all the presentations. And in this, the final race, the Palm Jumeirah, he'll be making the presentations of the winning connections of Native American, who's produced a very brave performance from stall 12 to see off a host of challenges. He's owned by Wathnan Racing, and representing the team, a round of applause for Tommy Allen. Well, the big man has come down to join me, Pat Comerford, to gather our thoughts after what's been a very enjoyable night. And although 9 races, they flew by. We've had such fun tonight. And of course, Pat, I think the highlight for me on the track would probably be Drew's Gold. I thought that was a stellar standout performance tonight.
Yeah, look, what a turnaround it was, to be honest. I mean, it was unfortunate for Connections in the Golden Shaheen. They didn't really even get a sight. Yeah. It was actually amazing for him how badly he jumped to get within 15 lengths of Dark Saffron on that day. But look, yeah, Bupat's done an amazing job with Drew's Gold. I think there's a lot of these horses that's just trying to get them back. You know, I do feel for Julio. I mean, you know, it would suck as a trainer to lose horses and then see them come out and go well. But look, at the end of the day, sometimes it's just the training environment and what certain trainers do different to others that can get those horses firing and give them sort of a renewed lease on life. And I mean, I think Drew's Gold probably wasn't the happiest of horses and something was going on. And yeah, look, I mean, Bupat's results tonight have just shown that whatever they're doing is working. And, you know, 4 winners tonight's an amazing achievement. And yeah, look, and you know, Tigers had picked up another 3 winners as well. So, you know, he's really starting to hit his straps here as well. He keeps talking about bad barriers. I said they haven't plagued him the last thing with seven winners in the last 2 weeks, so I won't hear any more of it.
What about the comments he made after he won our opening race, the Majani? He was speaking about people saying, oh, he's not getting as many rides on purebred Arabians, perhaps, that a man of his talents and his record with purebred Arabians perhaps deserves.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's been a number 1 rider here of the Arabs for quite a long time. I mean, a large chunk of his rides did come from Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda, and obviously that he's not riding as much for them anymore. I don't think he's riding at all for them. So as a result, he's having to go to other stables to do that. But I mean, you know, he's got a great experience with them, and he's a useful person to have because he knows how to get these horses to win, especially these Arabians. You don't ride 400 winners of Arabs in the UAE if you don't know what you're doing. So, you know, as I said, hopefully it's a good opportunity for him to pick up some more rides. I mean, Masaber Al Maheri's absolutely flying at the moment with these Arabians. And look, Vizier was a horse who accrued a lot of prize money in Saudi Arabia. So for him to come over here and for him to do that first up out of the Kahela Classic at the back end of last season, you know, he's a horse that was certainly on everyone's radar now.
Yeah, Vizier, who won the Majani Stakes. We've mentioned Drew's Gold being the highlight amongst the thoroughbreds, but I guess Devon Ireland also deserves a mention. He's now 2 from 2 here at Meydan on the dirt.
Yeah, look, he's a very exciting horse, as you said. I mean, it's amazing to see Sheikh Mohammed have you know, good dirt horses back here again. I mean, horses that they can logically head towards, you know, some big feature races here this season. You can't tell me that he's certainly not on a derby path or something like that as a juvenile who seems to really relish the dirt surface here. So, you know, onwards and upwards with him. He's in very, very good, capable hands with Charlie Appleby, and I think they're going to have some fun with him.
Yeah, obviously you've mentioned Bupat Sima having 4 winners, Tiger O'Shea having a very good night. We should also mention James Doyle for his double, not only on Devon Island, but in the last race, you picked it up when the horses were going down to post. Native American wasn't helping him much.
Yeah, he earned his fee, that's for sure. He was certainly having to do everything he could to keep Native American on the job. He just sort of bolted down the back there on him. So, look, I mean, for a horse's first up, they were worried about sort of the fitness queries of whether or not he was going to be forward enough for tonight. For him to do that and then have enough in the tank to stave off the challenges. Look, I feel for Billy Loughnane with Mothercombe. I mean, the start unfortunately probably cost the horse the race. You know how short the margin was, but I mean, look, that's racing. It happens. It's you know, it's at the end of the day, it's a horse race, and things can happen. So look, I mean, I think Mothercombe will be winning races, and I'd love to see Billy the Kid out here a little bit more, and hopefully riding a few winners through the season, because he's such a talented rider, and you know, if we can get as many opportunities to him as possible and have him riding here, because he's going to be a big name in the, you know, he already is, but he's going to be a big name in the next 5-10 years.
Well, his association with the Godolphin team, Charlie Appleby in particular, is only going to grow and grow over the coming years. But of course, Charlie's got a pretty good guy who's the number 1 rider, and not a bad number 2 when James Doyle is available as well. So it's a strong team they've got. Next week, of course, we're getting ready for a big meeting. No doubt Charlie Appleby will have William Buick back to help him out then. Pat, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to have you back.
Good to be back. And I'll see you again next week, because I'll be back, you'll be back, Tom will be here. I mean, everyone's coming into town next week because guess what it is? It is Festive Friday.
Cover up, picking up really, really good. Bill Heil needs the line. Cover up late. Cover up, gets him. Wins the Erdojal Dubai Dash. Working through Sandonado when it's all too late. But on the outside, Native approach. From last, Native approach over the line. Mestri by 3 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Mile. Kareem the only threat, but it's Mestri's Al Maktoum Mile. Measured time extending away. Half a dozen lengths here in the Al Rashidiyah. Very impressive. Welcome back to Dubai, measured time.